Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored.
to LCK. We are here for the first matchup, D plus Kia versus Nongshim Red Force. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf today, and it is a wonderful Friday. We've had a very long day on Wednesday, and then Thursday was extremely short with a couple of stomps.
Yeah.
What do you think we're going to get today, Wolf?
I think we're going to have a bunch of stomps today too, Valdez. That's the matchups we're walking into tonight. But hey, great weather outside tonight. Lots of fans here in Lal Park to support these teams. And even though we're almost decided here, all teams going to playoffs, there's still a lot on the line. There's still that round 2 spot for these teams. Only T1 has secured top 2 so far. They haven't secured first place, but they have secured, they get that bye to the second round. Gen.G, D plus Kia, KT Rolster, and HLE all vying to potentially skip that first round of playoffs. So all of these matches today actually matter for that race. You can see the numbers here definitely favoring Gen.G right now, but D plus with a 2-0 could definitely push one step closer.
Yeah, and this, as you mentioned, this is for playoff round 2, so you get to skip the first part of playoffs, essentially, and you can see that Hololive Esports, they still have a chance. It's 0.3%, but there's always a chance, and we're going to put those stats up until there is not. As you see, today they go up against Nongshim in DK's stance. As Nongshim, they're just, they're getting a lot of experience. They're trying to get another win, potentially. I'm not sure if DK is the team to do it because they're on a big winning streak right now.
They really are. DK really turned the middle of the season around. There were some rocky moments for them, but we were wondering, is this team actually going to make it to top 3? Because they are one of our big 3 teams here in the LCK. But they've done it, and now they are on the race to get to second. And for Nongshim here, it's really about playing spoiler, but also trying to avoid getting last place in the standings. Nobody wants to be number 10, and that is a fate they can change with some upset wins here tonight. Showmaker got solo killed by Fiesta the last time they faced off.
The only player to do it! There's only been one player to solo kill Showmaker, and it is Fiesta. What is the outcome of this matchup in round 2? I think that, that was the beginning of the season. Fiesta was just able to find a great look in that match, but will it happen tonight? I'm not so sure. Showmaker has been looking better and better, as playoffs is getting closer. I think his form is getting better. As Canyon also 1 kill away from 1,000 kills, he will surely get that tonight.
No doubt. And if he gets 11 kills tonight in total in this best of 3, he'll actually pass Ambition for third place. You can see, take a look at some of these numbers now. His highest kill stats on the Lee Sin at number 2, a Nidalee that's rising in priority a little bit here, but the Viego as well, a big standout. And everyone remembers 2021 Diana, where he had so many great performances.
Yeah, and this meta is just perfect for him because at least in Nidalee Viego, it's crazy, as you're mentioning. He's undefeated on Udyr, and he only had 1 loss on Hecarim, so the Udyr Hecarim meta as well. Only 1 loss out of those, 20 games, right? That's just kind of insane when you think about it, but Damwon Kia at that time was in a fantastic spot, and just getting better and better as we'll see how things look today. I think there are a lot of picks against D+. They're one of the most difficult teams to draft against, I think. They have so many specific, pocket picks. Every single player, it feels like.
Yeah. Deft, if you give him the Lucian, the Caitlyn, you're going to have a terrible time. Kana's Renekton a standout pick. The massive jungle pool of Canyon. And there are even picks that you have to consider for Showmaker. LeBlanc and Lissandra either side of that matchup, that potentially you could be playing into. Talia, you got to watch out for his LeBlanc if you want to play Talia against this team. You have to watch out for his Talia and the Talia jungle flex for this roster, right? I mean, there's just so many things you have to consider. They will play double AD bot lanes. And who knows what they've been cooking. We know Showmaker's been playing a lot of that Moonstone Ezreal in solo queue right now in the mid lane. Don't know if that'll make its way onto the Rift right now in this meta, but I wouldn't be shocked in a series like this if it does.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting meta. It's one where I feel like every team has to cook, but a lot of the top teams aren't really showing what they're cooking. It's like the secret cook-off behind closed doors. And as you can see here, Nongshim, everybody's still in a relatively good spirit. They have those spirits still high, and that's what we love about this team. They knew coming into spring season that they weren't going to be on top, and for them, just trying to avoid last place would be a a feat, as something to actually achieve, an achievement for them.
There have been some rare occurrences of teams that made it through relegation into the LCK, performing extremely well. Griffin, of course, the most famous of those. But most teams that entered the LCK through relegation usually stayed at the bottom and, in fact, re-entered the relegation tournament. If you look at LCK history.
Sylvie's mother.
Yeah. And
get the family buff.
Oh, they do like to bring their families here, the Nongshim players, but this is a team that is fitting the more common role, right? As you come up from challengers, right? This is not a relegation, but essentially acts the same way as this team did, promote into the LCK directly. And it's been a rough time. These stats,
Look at the kill participation at 14 out of mid laners in this meta. These two players are first and second, and it's only like 50%. It just shows you how many of the kills come from the junglers either ganking bot or ganking top, right? Like it's kind of ridiculous how specific and fine-tuned this meta has become.
True, though, that both of these players have been very critical for their teams, win or lose. Fiesta in particular, he's been a player that's been very criticized as of late, and for his Akali in particular, but we're seeing no one is really finding the wins on the Akali. So picking blue side, and trying to play for first pick Annie, trying to pick away some of these strong bottom lane picks might be the way to go here, trying to get a Karma lane, for example, for Vital. These are ways I think Nongshim could find an angle of attack, but I think you've got to keep the focus on taking away some of those picks for Def. The Lucian should never go through when D+ have blue side. The Caitlyn should never, ever go through. And then you've got to, before going to the second phase, consider that Renekton. And Jace, too, is another pick that Damwon, or rather D+ here, can flex.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's the toughest team right now next to T1 to draft against.
Absolutely. And that's huge, I think, in this meta. You only get so many bans, but there's so many other things that are very strong. Like, you want to give Elise to Kenny? Not really. Do you want to give Annie to Showmaker? No. So on red side, that's a couple of picks that you kind of have to ban. So what's going to be that third one? Maybe the Caitlyn? So Lucian has to go through. Is it Lucian? Then you're giving Caitlyn. Do you want to give over to Leah?
Watch out for Annie, you know.
What about Renekton? That can't be on your list.
Yeah.
So if you're ever playing red side for Nongshim, it's like, okay, well,
not to mention,
I don't even know what you ban.
Not to mention this team has been so reliant on some kind of crutch picks like the Cassante for Dindin. So you're already kind of trapped in that priority where you're trying to get this specific pick or your top laner is struggling. Fiesta's champion pool has looked a little bit weak. It's looked a little bit suspect. So, it gets pretty tough.
He's figuring out his emote wheel before the game starts.
Got to get that emote game going.
This guy isn't messing around. He's like, I need to have my crab rave ready for when we get first blood. Jeez.
All right, well, the Cassante will be removed instantly here, and D+ do have blue side. So first pick priority is going to be theirs. Notice the Caitlyn is gone instantly. I think the Def Lucian will follow. As Varus will be taken away here too. So we could see something completely different. Might just be D+ prioritizing his area or something like that if the Annie is banned away. But now you're going to get one of the Ashe or the Annie here as D+, with these two bans coming through. So this is another problem, right? You're like, oh, I got to ban the Caitlyn, got to ban the Lucian. However, one of those problem picks comes through, so they'll probably ban neither so they can get the other. But it's a dangerous handshake to make against a team like D+.
Remember the Rakan ban yesterday? I really like the Annie ban. She's just too strong. But, as we've been hammering through, is that you're going to have to give something that's really strong to the side of D+. And first pick Jace, I don't even mind it. This is a meta where CC is king, so you might even consider a Sejuani. Yeah,
I'm surprised that even the Jace gets prioritized over the Sejuani here if they're not going to take the Ashe, but they are going to take the Ashe. It was just a tease. Yeah. Well, that was the one where I was like, well, why are we... The fact that they banned the Annie in the first place means that they are going to get the Ashe without giving away the Annie. So, interesting call is at least Jace instantly get locked in here for Nongshim, but we don't know what that bottom side is going to look like just yet. So this Elise pick, while very strong, has a high win rate, a very high ban rate. In isolation, not necessarily the best pick, especially when it's face up into Canyon's Lee Sin, which has historically been a pretty good matchup into the Elise, especially in this meta. And what comes with the Ashe is what we don't know just yet. The Varus, of course, is banned. Well, there are so many different picks you can play. You can play Jhin Ashe. We've seen Sivir Ashe. We've seen the Deft has a very wide champion pool. You could play Draven Ashe, for example. I wouldn't be shocked to see.
Canyon's
going to find out now.
Canyon's going to hit 1,000 kills on his most played jungler.
Yep.
As long as he gets 1 kill here, as Sion looking to be the choice, wants to match the Jace in these top 3 picks, but all those 80 carries you were talking about, that pool is going to get trimmed even further.
Tristana pick here very early in this draft. Not a huge fan of it. You don't know what the mid matchup is going to be. You don't get to pick your support with this. Okay. This pick, also blind. All right, well, it is good to end up being the Fiora. So now we know the Jace is going mid, the Fiora will be going top into the Sion. It's a really nice pick, actually, because I think D+ would ban it in the second phase because that Jace is flexible. Now you can take away Kana's Renekton just in case Showmaker will be doing the same in the mid lane to try to avoid that Fiora matchup. I think Nongshim actually really drafting quite well here, but we don't know what that bottom matchup is going to be just yet, and I think that's going to be the key point of how this game is going to go and how much value this at least is going to get. Samira gone. And I'm not shocked by this. Maybe even a ban on the Rel, the Tristana, or the Neela, or other picks that you're thinking about here that could be a big problem.
Challengers pick that we've seen a bunch in LCK Challengers. You guys could have watched that, by the way, on Mondays and Tuesdays.
It's very cool.
Still going on. We have a lot of fun there.
It's a good tournament. There's a Draven ban, actually. So what are they cooking down here, D+ Kia? What is going on? Because I thought the Draven's one of the best picks Def could pick up with this lane.
Cho'Gath Ashe.
It's just going to be a Zeri to come through, it looks like, maybe at the end of the day. But they didn't really protect this pick. They banned away Showmaker's LeBlanc. They took away Kana's Renekton. And these two bans in isolation strong against D+ because they are some of their strongest picks, but doesn't feel great for this draft.
That Nautilus is weird.
Okay.
And yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna do something strange down here. With a couple of bans that they've already seen, maybe today is the day for Veigar Ashe.
Gorilla's asking the players if they're okay with it, seemingly here, as I think it's very strong, obviously, with Ashe, because you have the setup CC, and they are going to lock it in. And Nongshim now with the Nautilus lane here into Ashe Veigar, very difficult to all in. Practically impossible, regardless of what 80 carry you're going to pick, because you have to deal with the Ashe slows, you're dealing with the event horizon, and so much burst damage here.
I just love seeing this giant smile on his face as Veigar looks like it's going mid. If the Sivir gets locked in, but it's Heimerdinger instead.
All right, what are we doing, D+ Kia? Now, interestingly, even with all this magic damage here, there's not a great way to itemize against this, and it will be the Nautilus to come through here. So in the bottom lane, some possibilities. Obviously, the Ashe Heimerdinger we have seen in the past. Veigar with Ashe, meaning Heimerdinger would go into a solo lane, seems much less likely at this point in time, but can be annoying to deal with for a Fiora, for example. I don't think
Senheimer top.
I mean, that has also been the solo queue meta for a while.
Throw Heimer top, Showmaker plays the Sion, and then you've got Veigar Ashe in the bottom lane.
This reminds me of when we had like Showmaker playing 80 carry, and Malrong was on the team, and Canyon was playing mid. It is going to be Ashe Heimer in the bottom lane and Veigar mid, like you were saying.
So far.
5
seconds.
And Fiora, of course, will face off against the Sion. This is the matchup that Dundon wanted to play, and why the Fiora pick was prioritized this highly. So he is going to be playing into the Sion here and can be very strong there. And I think that D+ have a draft that can work incredibly well, scales extremely well, and the pairing of the CC between Veigar and the Ashe is huge. You also have follow-up CC with the Grenade. But that all being said, there's a great side lane win condition here. You can be outpaced. The amount of setup time you need for D+ composition is quite long, and it's not Ashe with Sejuani, so you don't have a way to engage from super far away necessarily. So if you don't get to objectives first and you're outpaced by this split-pushing Fiora, Nongshim can definitely have some really strong mid to late game fights where they're forcing D+ away from objectives, and then they get the better setup.
Says win 2-0, Def getting POG, continue your win streak, and pick me in the fan meet. Or pick me for
That's
the fan
checklist.
meet. Yeah.
A clean 2-0, it said as well. The cleanest. We'll see if D+ can pull it off here tonight. They need that 2-0 to push themselves one step closer to getting round 2 of the playoffs.
Every single game matters at this point. As we are ready, let's hop onto the rip for game number 1. Love seeing the close-up of the Moss Stomper.
Yeah.
Green pet.
Very green.
How many League players do you think know all the names of the
I'd say
pets?
like, I mean...
Like if you're not a jungler and you don't buy that item.
You would mean like percentage of total League players and not like number, like how many percent?
Yeah, like how, yeah. I don't...
Like, maybe like 20%.
Exactly 1,250,000.
Yeah, I was like, I'm like at least 12. Like, yeah, I think probably like, I'd say probably most jungle players know who play the game regularly.
Yeah, because I mean, you buy the item and it's gonna say it, I guess.
I mean, Moss Stomper is a good name. I like it.
Yeah. Scorch Claw.
Yeah.
It's all right.
It's okay. The Pokemon names are what everyone always uses. But, you know, even back with, like, Cinderhulk and stuff like that, everyone just said green, yellow, red, etc., you know, back in the day. Nobody really says the names.
Well, this lane is
so, yeah, it's
a
gonna
pain.
Not going to be good. It's not going to be good for Kana up here either in this matchup, as Fiora is a pretty strong counter pick to the Scion and will always be able to get more value than the Scion outside of team fights later on. And, you know, in this mid lane, it's going to be about how well Fiesta can pressure Showmaker here with the range, because he does have the ability to hit Shock Blast and stuff, especially once he hits level 3. There's even some all-in potential. But Showmaker with his Event Horizon can always keep him at arm's length and farm under turret, because if Fiesta gets turret aggro and gets stunned by the Event Horizon, he will die. And there's a ton of burst damage here. But the Jace should, in theory, be able to have pryos. This is a disaster.
Yeah, this is what's just going to happen. I mean, it's an unavoidable disaster. It's one that you kind of saw coming, and Nongshim knew, and they're like, okay, well, we're still going to play Aphelios Nautilus. Like, we already picked the Nautilus. They picked it first, so it's like, well, no real way to get ourselves out of this scenario, even with the counter pick.
They could have banned something else, you know, that rather than the Annie, and then, you know, they could have banned Ashe, right? But they could have banned neither and then at least had mid Annie here. But because they decided to ban the Annie, they won't be able to have either of those insane long-range CC engage setups here, and they opted into this losing lane. And what value you will get with the Jace early here is not going to compare to what this bottom lane value is going to get. As Sylvie's looking for an angle here, potentially, to wrap around, and Canyon's a little bit late, so may be able to punish this.
Might just wait for Canyon, too, as he is going all the way around. I believe there is a ward there that should spot this being done, as Canyon gonna see him now. Let's see how this goes, as the Cocoon does land throughout this, and the Jace hit over the wall as well, as here comes Sylvie. Canyon just gonna flash this one as Sylvie is on the chase. One more red auto gets in, the Cocoon is dodged, and he can't quite get the kill after the long chase.
Yeah, now they're going to turn around and try to push Sylvie back. Remember, also, Showmaker is here, too, so he can come over and affect this, as this is why Fiesta has to put heavy pressure on during this moment. Good repel.
Okay, Showmaker, he doesn't have E, I guess. I mean, just going to let him go either way.
Yeah, that was a very scary moment. Fiesta putting the pressure on right before that, so Showmaker not quite able to get over there and secure the stomp. As that was really well played by Fiesta, good communication between he and Sylvie to make sure he could get out there. As Canyon will be forced to back here, and so will the bottom 2v2. So this is really important for Sylvie setting up that pressure so that Aphelios can exist in this lane with the Nautilus as a champion. And,
yeah,
you know, otherwise this goes very badly, right? And if Canyon actually comes over here and they do try to gank hard and it goes badly, like the game is over. So close call here for D+, but they handle it well.
Yeah, I think you gotta do stuff like that, like what Sylvie did with the weird wraparound and go for the unexpected play, especially if you are Nongshim, you're not favored in this matchup, but also it's a meta where if that works out, Peter's in a little bit of trouble. He's getting slowed down here, as maybe just trying to avoid that grenade and will have to flash, but the Ash Arrow is still doing quite a number to this Nautilus. But yeah, they took a chance and didn't quite pay off, but at least it's going to take some pressure away.
Yeah. We haven't really seen that much AD carry Ashe this season. Okay, Canyon's here.
Yeah, now he doesn't have flash. Peter is just dead. First blood goes to Canyon, and that is his 1,000th kill.
There you go. +1.
There you go.
Fourth player to do this now. All he needs is 10
Oh no,
more.
Vital. Well, he's going to flash too, as the follow-up does come in. And ooh, Deft actually, yeah, he's going to flash forward, collect that kill, as now both of them are gone in the bottom lane.
Well, that's that. You know, sometimes you step forward, you lose your flash. There's a follow-up gank. You don't have any vision in the brush there. And the second time you get caught, you're not able to get away from that grenade. Peter dies. Vital is trying his best to stick around here, then also dies. And yeah, summoners are down here. Def loses a flash. Canyon flashed in that exchange with the Elise, but it doesn't matter because now this Ashe is accelerated, has her Berserker's Greaves, which for Ashe can be quite a huge spike actually in the early game because of how her passive works, and those slows are going to be applied. It's so frustrating to deal with. Slick move here from Dundun, but ultimately won't matter as he's starting to lose a little bit of control of this lane too on the top side of the map. Nongshim in big trouble here. The first rake, of course, Chemtech, so less important as calling this out. The grenade goes through, he's going to follow up. And we'll see what happens here next, how much he's involved in this follow-up chuckle. Elise has no flash. Knight goes through, and then Deft will flash after the root here for the last auto. And I believe that was his 1,000th kill, and then Deft picked up the kill there. So that's a lot of the 1,000 gold lead you're seeing right now.
Yeah, it does line up. As Nongshim are trying to do this, you do have priority for mid with the Jace, so that is something you got. You also have this Elise, so perhaps you could try to go for this, but you don't have much from bottom lane, so not necessarily going to be easy for them as they're trying to line this up on a Kellen, but they use the hook and the cocoon into a Heimerdinger who has full health. So now you just put down your E as Showmaker. The Event Horizon throws the ult into Fiesta. That's tons of damage coming in, and the W, and Kellen comes in and steals it.
Flash for the missiles. Goodbye.
He didn't even have to do that. Showmaker was going to get the kill. Either way. Well, that's a huge disaster now for Nongshim Wolf.
Well, it certainly is. So several additional kills going over. The 1,000 gold lead has turned into a 1,500 gold lead, and they're going to get this Drake. Now it's solo Chemtech Drake, as we were talking about before that Canyon first-person view. So individually not that important here, but still, I mean, all objectives going over because they don't have prio in mid or top anymore with Fiesta dying here. He's now also flashless to stop them from just saying, now we're going to take the Rift Herald. And we're looking for another fight here. As Peter starts this off going on to Kellen when there's a turret here. And they're calling out who has flashes and who does not. Nautilus does not.
Yeah.
Remember from that exchange earlier. It takes away the blast plant.
Vital doesn't either. Like Fiesta might have.
And, I mean, good shot calling there from Kellen in the fight, but that's not a fight you want to take at this stage of the game, unfortunately, as Nongshim without proper setup. I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about in the draft. If you get there first, if you are the one to set up, if you have a Fiora pushing aside, then you absolutely can smash these fights if you're there first. But you are not. You're walking into Event Horizon, you have no summoners, and this composition will chase you down relentlessly with Ashe Heimerdinger.
Yeah. As here's Canyon again. He wants more kills. He's like, yeah, I got my 1,000th. How about, can't, okay, well that Q was not great, but it's okay. It's all right, Canyon. As this is going to be spotted, and Canyon's like, wait, what? Not sure if he can do this, but he is kind of alone here, so yeah, he's not even going to hit the Q onto Shelly as nearly actually takes that one down, but it is going to be Sylvie who does collect the Rift Herald.
That he does. And now, bottom side here, Dindin has swapped here with Vital, so he could try to get some advantage top side. And, I mean, Deft is, like, happy to play this one out at this point. He's only a level down, and it's very difficult for Dindin to all-in him. So Deft is just like, all right, cool. Then on the top side of the map here, they can continue to collapse onto this Aphelios 2v2, like, or the 2v1 that is kind of being played here for the moment. Like, if Kana just sits here and tanks this up, takes these minions, and then we see a rotation of Canyon over. They might just straight up die to the engage there of Kana if he gets kicked into that Scion queue. So it's not a safe place to be either side of the Rift, and Dundun is having a rough time. Like, now your Fiora win condition isn't going to be a thing because it's 1v2 under turret against this Ashe-Heimer, and she needs money so badly.
You're not matching the Scion that you picked it for, so it's just kind of sitting here, getting pushed in, losing. And
now Aphelios is coming back down, so farm is being lost, and then Fiora's coming back up here, and Kana's getting plate gold. Sylvie is trying his best.
2 plates?
Just one, it looks like.
Quite, but still, shouldn't be getting any, really, as Event Horizon, the Veigar E, is one of the best normal abilities in the game, actually. We talked about this a lot when he was meta before, as might have to hold that thought as the arrow will go wide. This one is Deft's Ashe. Kellen, a fantastic Ashe in his own right, but Deft, of course, can pilot it himself.
And the Ashe 80 carry from ahead can be very deadly, but also when it has a lot of setup CC, it's just a win more champion in every regard, and you have a lot more money than the support Ashe has, so you don't have to build into Umberglaive or anything like that. You're just straight up going to have money by default. I don't know why I said default like that.
Default.
Well, by default. By deft fault. Except he's not. It's not by no fault of his own. In fact, by good play. So he's going to have, you know, the ability to help pop off and carry these team fights that D+ are going to be controlling by getting faster setup with the lane prio they now have, which they didn't necessarily have to have, obviously, with the Fiora into the Scion and the Jace into early Veigar. But now you've fallen so far behind across the map, and Canyon is everywhere that you can't have control anymore. At least on the bottom side of the map, here's some semblance of control with this Rift Herald being dropped. So there is that.
Well, it's going to get some plates. Probably a little bit for the Aphelios. As Vital steps up, he does get it. The 1 plate that is, as do have a potential arrow to come through. There it is. And a little bit of a cleanse early as Vital has to flash after that one. The damage is coming in, and the rest of everybody else is just on the run. As Peter will at least soak the Sonic Wave. And Showmaker's just chilling out in mid. He and Fiesta are just going 1v1 this game. They're not concerned with the rest of the map.
Unfortunately, that is kind of how it is. 121 stacks built up here from the Veigar already. Stopwatch, of course, online. Min is building towards his rod, and his tier stacks are coming through pretty nicely. Just kind of defaultly. The less attention that the enemy has on the Veigar, the better for him. He's just setting up these event horizons onto Jace and then queuing him to build stacks and just kind of repeatedly doing this very annoyingly.
Yeah. Veigar has always been decently strong in some certain situations, but with the recent buffs, you get him back for one of the best CCs in the game, right? And that's kind of what the name of the game is nowadays. I may have cursed him as here comes Peter. Tons of damage on a Fiesta, though, as the ult is thrown in, and everybody's like, well, we can't get near this guy. Has flashed in, and he nearly dies. Fiesta with a good follow-up flash to get away. But Showmaker's not taking any of their crap.
No, he's not, and he did not even need to stopwatch there, as he just gets away casually. He does flash, of course, afterwards, but trades it, and, I mean, that was your one angle. Peter looks for the hook, and he's unsuccessful. And now it's the second Drake going over to D+. We're going to find out what Solus is going to be. This should not be happening, but it is happening, and it is happening real bad.
It's just really far ahead at this point. It's just getting out-traded. Like, the Fiora just fell behind, so now she's going to need at least an item. I mean, he doesn't even have Sunder yet, so just sitting there losing.
He doesn't have TP either, so he's really struggling to actually make anything of this. Clears the wave and then barely gets out. Kana tries to interrupt his back there and will be able to rush back to lane.
No flash here for Fiesta, as Canyon considering it, and he does have it. He's just waiting. Not even going to use his own flash as the bouncing grenade sets it up and Canyon knocks it down.
And that was really well played from Kellen. He knows that he could try to look for the grenade into the kick engage there, and if he misses, he has ult to just grenade again, and that's the whole turret. Dundun backs for just a second. That's all it takes. Without TP, that turret is gone. Came back as soon as he could, so while Jace died, Dundun was in the base, and Kana was getting a top turret. And now look at Deft, he's in the mid lane. just happy as a lark, taking down this turret. And
Happy as a lark.
happy as a lark. That's how happy he is right now. He's happy as a lark, man.
What is that? What is a lark, by the way? I don't even know what that is.
A bird. It's a bird, Valdez.
It's a bird?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Sylvie's like, oh man, that ability's pretty good. The Showmaker can just walk up to the turret and there's 3 of us here. Yeah. Rod of Ages as well is really nice because Veigar always loves to build tankiness, and also after this should go for a lot of movement speed.
Kraken Slayer done.
Yeah, Kraken Slayer's done. But with Rod, you're just so tanky naturally.
Yeah.
And you're going to get more and more tanky. And you're spamming a lot of stuff too. So you're just regenning. It's a fun time for Veigar, and I love that D+ is like, yeah, you can even just throw him into mid. Doesn't have to be bot with all the weirdness.
Yeah, he will eventually finish his Seraphs, and then, the spike that you get from that is also pretty huge, as his tier is stacking quite nicely. It's not the fastest tier we've ever seen, but it is Veigar, and he's going to get it. As we watch this one more time, Kellen is here with the setup. The Q misses. Wikaning gets the slow. Kellen's like, try for that grenade, doesn't matter. Arrow comes through. It's just like, can you dodge everything? No, you can't actually. So.
And he's just waiting. He's like, okay, well, one of these is going to hit.
Yeah.
So I'll just go and one of them hits. As here's the arrow. It's going to hit Sylvie, as maybe he didn't quite have the repel. Either way, he is dead. He was put in the cage, and now he's gone. We squashed the spider.
We did. It's very sad. It's his first death of the game. I thought he had a really nice attempt at that early pathing, too. Like,
yeah.
Yes.
They should have just picked the spider up on the paper and threw it out the window. You don't have to squash the spider. It's very helpful.
Yeah, that's what keeps the mosquitoes down, man.
Yeah.
Not a big mosquito fan myself. Are you? No, of course not.
No, I'm not. You just got to get a pet tarantula, and I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
With
well,
all the mosquitoes.
This is second Herald. And, I was going to say on the Veigar build before, they just keep killing people. I'm trying to make some, slightly, interesting color points. Only slightly interesting. I'm like, yeah, so he's going to build that. He's going to go Dead Man's Plate probably third because he doesn't need to build Zhonya's. He hasn't broken his stopwatch. I just don't know if this game goes long enough for him to actually finish Dead Man's Plate, though, is what I'm thinking now. Just not sure about that. So we're going to watch this down here. On the bottom side of the map, Arrow connects, Event Horizon, and he stole the kill from Canyon. Canyon's trying to pass Ambition tonight. Showmaker said no.
Yeah.
He needs 8 more kills to pass him, 7 more to tie.
Need to get those champion stacks, Showmaker's on a mission. This game, we'll see how it continues, but it's not looking very good, guys, right now for Nongshim. DK, we talked about this before. This isn't the point in the season where you're trying out new stuff and you're going crazy and whatever. They're trying their hardest, right, to just crush them.
Yeah,
because they need the 2-0.
Yeah, they need the 2-0. That's exactly right. And you want to get a 2-0 here, which you are incredibly favored to do so. The likelihood is very high. But you also don't want to show what you think is necessarily the best right now, too. About to head into playoffs, about to head into those critical matches next week, which you would also like to 2-0. Because the remaining schedule here for D+, they have Nongshim today, Brionne in their next match, and then T1 and Genji, right? So 2 really tough opponents in the end. So you don't want them to know what you're planning, because especially that matchup against Genji, you're directly competing with them for second place. So just play Veigar mid and win cleanly.
Yeah. There are 4 people in the top lane for Nongshim.
And 1 Kana.
I guess they're just trying to take down the turret? I'm not really sure. Dindin is really low, so yeah, not really going to find an angle here against Kana, who basically has full health. And they see everything because Deft is playing Ashe.
It's just really hard for Fiesta to farm our side lane. So they decided, okay, we're going to 4-man this. And maybe if they make a mistake, we'll get the turret or trade this turret for the Drake because it's bounty gold on the turret, so it's worth more than a normal turret, of course. But fortunately, D+ sees everything, reacts, rotates over, and no cross map is picked up here for Nongshim or anything like that. They had everyone going top side there and then failed the objective of getting the turret and just backed away. So D+ getting tons of power bottom side. Deft is going to take this blue buff away. They're just stealing all the jungle camps now, too. Avoiding fighting D+ right now is definitely advised. So, maybe grouping like that and trying to force a turret. If D+ react poorly, you might be able to get something out of that. If you're scrimming weaker teams, that might be a strat that works from you from behind. but it is not, in this case, going to work out against D+. They will pick up the Dragon as well. It's there's not a whole lot of good news here. There's really not any at all.
Yeah, not much. We did get to see Veigar here in this first game, so I'm happy about that.
But, I mean, did we really, though? Like, he's
there.
involved in 2
I
of
see
the
him.
6 kills?
You don't see him? As Dindin here. Not sure if he has riposte. KQ's going to miss, and Deft, yeah, just going to...
Deft has arrow, by the way. So, you know, careful about recalling right there.
Doesn't want to throw it into the Fiora, but if anyone else shows their face... Oh, no, they're even going to stop his back. Okay, well, everybody's here except Fiesta. And they should be able to stop this. Hit the eye. Yep, it's going to go down. So that's another turret that goes in the hands of DK.
So, getting more money out of this second Herald than you normally get to get. And if you look across the items here for Nongshim, you know, the way in which this game turns for them, if it does, like I'm talking about like a fairy tale that...
Hey, fairy tales are enjoyable, Wolf.
Sure.
That's why we have them.
And like fairy tales, this game has a beginning, a middle, and an end. We are in the middle right now still a little bit. And if the middle goes poorly for D+, they take some bad team fights, or the Fiora starts to get online, she's going to get some bounty gold right now on that turret bottom side. Maybe Felios will get 2 items or the mythical third. And yeah, they're going to do Baron, and there's nothing Nongshim can do about this, but they can at least get some bounty gold. Fiora gets 1 turret bottom side, does have TP. Maybe you should just push for 2 bounty turrets, honestly, and hope you could delay this.
Eclipse for the Jays for Fiesta actually did quite a number to Cannon and Kellen, trying to get in here as Sylvie gets in, and it's just taken down by Veigar. You're not going to be able to out-DPS Showmaker at this point. Doesn't matter what smite you've got, as, yeah, the other 2 guys that were here for the steal are going to be cleaned up, and the Baron is taken.
So, like I said, they just keep Dindin to get 2 bounty turrets, okay? So that's a lot of money going over to him and the rest of his squad because of the bounty effect, but he's still going to be able to get away here, gets away with it. They kind of delayed the Baron. If they can defend for just a little bit longer, this Fiora will be kind of relevant. This is the Dindin angle, right? This is the Challengers Finals Dindin angle where you just accidentally win the game in a side lane.
Showmaker, yeah, they just time it with the Q. You're not going to get through that.
It was a nice try from Sylvie, and they still almost trade a kill back here on the Canyon. Good target selection here. Peter's coming over. You're like, oh, I just so desperately want to kill that Lee Sin at least. But you're not able to do so. But it's still a very good idea here, because if you get the steal on that Baron, and you get those 2 turrets bottom side with the Fiora, like, all right.
You're cooking.
You're cooking a little bit. But right now, we're still trying to heat up the coals a little bit.
Yeah. They could have been cooking over, like, a small campfire instead of, like, cooking with gas, you know? But it still would have been cooking. Like, it still would have counted. As that is an arrow thrown into Vital. Just going to collect a cleanse.
Get the new propane tank for game 2, I think, Valdez right now.
Might as well. You know, it's very useful.
Fiesta is going to be able to stave off the pressure here in mid, but will he survive the collapse is the question, because Dindin's getting another turret, top side here, some more money. I mean, can they survive? Can they defend their base is the real question.
Kana, he prepared the the Monka Yumi emote. Remember, he was looking at his emote wheel before the game ended as down he goes. Goodbye, Aphelios. Can't flash that, as, oh no, Peter's going to get hit by the E as well. Goodbye to the Nautilus, as this should be the end of the game, guys. Don't know what to tell you. They've got Baron buff, they've got enough minions, and there are just not enough Nongshim players to stop this onslaught.
Dindin trying his best.
Yeah, he's trying to get in there. Riposte not quite able to stun anyone up, as DK just collecting some more KDA before the game goes down, as they will not end it just yet. Another arrow comes in. Fiesta tries to flash out of the cage, and at least Sylvie survived, but the Nexus did not. DK take game number 1.
Really great performance from Canyon once again on the Lee Sin. And the guy was everywhere on the map. They left open the Ashe. They didn't trade the Annie there, and then they went into an early game where the Jace died early, fell behind early. The Scion was getting ahead early against the Fiora, which meant that the win condition of the Fiora didn't come online until the game was over. Like, we did see Dindin kill 3 bounty turrets while their Nexus was falling, right? And that's It's as much as he could do this game, and you can't give over this amount of scaling and great engage 2D plus Gia and then also fall behind. Because the composition of Nongshim's, don't get me wrong, like we mentioned, if you can set up on objectives first because your Fiora is side laning, then maybe you can play the game. Instead, Dundun fell massively behind trying to lane swap to get this Aphelios to be a champion to exist, and it just was not going to happen.
Yeah, these are not numbers that we want to see again. I think the R4 Nautilus, something I don't want to see with Ash selected on blue side again. But either way, guys, it's not all about the draft, but definitely some things to improve for Nongshim if they want to have a chance in this series. We did not see it in game number 1, as I think that is Showmaker. I'm not sure, but it says Showmaker White Team. We are done here for game number 1. Let's go to the break and then the space afterwards.
앞에 건 내가 맞을게. 앞에 잡았어, 앞에 잡았어. 나이스. 끝날 듯?
갈게.
와봐. 아, 치평선데? 야, 노틸 봐. 노틸부터. 천천히 미니언. 미니언하고 타워 깨자.
아, 치평선 있어?
천천히 해봐. 끝날 듯 아니야? 잡자, 이거.
가는 중. 또 돼? 가는 중. 치평선 있는데.
나이스.
Yesterday, I helped fight a giant snake, purple with 1,000 eyes and huge pointy teeth. Grr! But whoosh, woo! My fire looked so scary, it rushed off into the jungle, never to be seen again. Pretty amazing, right?
Yeah, you're so brave, Milio. Tell us more.
Fine, but only 'cause you asked.
I've done so many new things since leaving my village.
You won't believe this, but I battled a green monster too. It had 8 legs and massive claws, taller than the trees. I learned to heal a lot of people at once, way more than I did at home.
Wow, that sounds tough. How do you do it, Milio?
After I get it once, it's easy. Wherever I go, I try to make new friends, and it always works.
Yeah.
Eventually. I know it's surprising, but fire doesn't have to hurt. It's nice to help people see it differently.
That's great training to get stronger too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we think a lot alike. My family is gonna love those stories. They're probably waiting for my next letter.
I wish they were here right now.
They are here right now. And remember, we're gonna make them so proud.
I'm sleepy. I bet they have comfy beds in Ishalkan.
고생은 내가 하고 있지. 무조건 이거 죽여! 접해!
시즌 뭐 챌린저 그냥 반 죽여놨어.
너 절반해가지고 그거는 버렸다. 너는 나이 이거 해봐야 되지 않겠어요 우리? 이 LCK 옵저버 분들과 홀리 해설위원. 옛날 생각 나는데.
야 진짜 정치하지 말자 우리. 파이팅. 형 죽으면 안 돼. 당장 빼자고 했지. 이거 누가 키웠어? 아니 이거 리플다. 난 이제 오늘부로 옵저버 분들이랑 다시는 안 할 거야.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here today, and we're going to break down what was described as a bit of a lark of a game for D+ Kia. It was one herald away from a perfect game, and not a lot to talk about when it comes to the better team on the day. But let's have a chat about the draft, because there are a lot of interesting things here.
They did lose some turrets while the Nexus died.
Oh,
So, hey, I
take
don't
it
know
all
what
back.
you're talking about.
I take it all back.
Well, when that's the retort, you know that the game is not in a good state. So the Ashe here, really good. We have seen the blue side right now is really struggling because or a red side rather, into blue side is really struggling because it feels like there aren't enough bans because you're going to give over Annie, which loses you the game, or Ashe, which loses you the game. And we also know for the weaker teams in particular, trying to handshake Lucian or Caitlyn in general doesn't work, and this is D+.
Yeah.
So I don't think that the draft really matters here. I mostly want to highlight that Ashe obviously is great, particularly because what happened, and we actually saw the Ashe being used as a flex pick again, not just support, and a great build come out for that as well, because we've been very critical of AD Ashe, and as it turns out, although this game wasn't a great indication, I do think that the more aggressive actual damage build of Ashe has a much wider range of utility, particularly when you have frontline. So I thought the Sion pickup was really nice. And Kala played the early laning out great. By the time Sunder was done, it didn't really matter anymore. And then the Veigar and Heimer really solidifying that this would be a horrible, horrible time for Valios and Nautilus, and Valios was picked into it, and really anyone that wasn't Jace. So
yeah, it was a really difficult game for Nongshim. Of course, top side of the map should have been very Fiora favored, but just really wasn't. I think Canna played it well, but Dundun also wasn't able to push his advantages because the entire map was kind of on fire. Peter also having a rough one, and that's where we're going to start here towards the bottom side of the map as Canyon locks in his 1,000th kill for First Blood.
Yeah, Peter not having a great game, not being able to find the buffer there and getting taken down immediately, and then you can really see the pressure, I think, is getting to Nongshim and like the repeated losses, because while they always have been clearly one of the weakest teams, I don't think they were like getting pummeled this hard in every lane, every single game at the beginning of the split. So the rest of the teams get better. They kind of have fallen behind, and unfortunately, you know, that kind of was the game, as is often the case with our better teams.
Oh, let's talk about this. This is the most exciting part.
Yes. Because we have not been a fan of the AD Ashe, the like Comet or Halo Blades builds that then opt into Ravenous and just spam.
Yeah, the
volley.
Ravenous weird man.
Not about that. This is a very threatening build that we didn't actually get to see a team fight at all. But with a front line and great peel with Veigar and Heimer, I think that this build is really good. And we probably shouldn't see too much Ashe because it's still going to be perma-banned. But when we do see it and when it does get slotted into the AD build, this is kind of the ideal build for me. Because it really means that Ashe is an actual reliable damage threat, which a lot of the AD Ashe compositions were missing due to the other build.
Yeah, you don't have that sort of consistent damage. And yes, the Ravenous build does have a lot of utility, and you do get to rain those arrows down. Ashe still is a perfectly viable, quite long-range AD carry that can just mow things down if you have a safe position.
Yeah,
backline.
that's the main thing. If you don't have enough control or front line, then I think the other build is fine. But I'm really happy to have
This is
here.
absolute control.
Yeah, it is. They have so much zone control, and then Sylvie actually does a great job like staying away from all that, but because of the double smite.
Yeah, it's not a 50-50.
No, it's double smite, timed down perfectly with a Q, I think, as well. And this composition with like Heimer and Veigar and an actual damage Ashe can do a Baron this early on, very, very strong. And we picked that because it's a neat little moment showing the value of Spellbook. We see a lot of Veigars also go for Electrocute or First Strike, and that is a build that I think when it comes to damage is great, but you do see the added utility of Spellbook as something that, when utilized well, like this, is really, really cool. Showmaker and Kane have had a fair amount of time to build up Season.
They certainly have, and we are going to show you here. Canyon picks up his 1,000 kills. I believe he's on 1,003 now as the dust settles. I believe we double-checked and it was 406 for his Lee Sin. Kind of beautiful that he picks up his 1,000th kill as First Blood on Lee Sin, and is also going to pick up a POG in that game. Let's have a look at it now as we will. Oh, it's Kellen.
I told you.
Never mind.
I
Kellen's
told
going
you.
to pick it up on the Heimerdinger. I would have thought that maybe the sick Lee Sin was going to be able to collect it, but no, Kellen's going to grab another one.
You were calling me a fool, Atlas.
I was.
I was, but I think it will be split vote 100%. If it's like just me voting for Canyon, I think it'll be very funny. Kellen, having a wonderful game here. Able to set up a lot of the early plays. Got one of the most entertaining steals that I've seen in a while. And really showcasing that even though the Heimer has been nerfed, the pick still provides a lot of mid-game utility. That makes complete sense to me. Kind of a split vote. We have some votes for the jungler, as mentioned, for Canyon, and then even a vote for Deft. Love that. That's my favorite vote.
A couple of random Showmaker.
Yeah, I know about those.
Well.
I was glossing over.
Oh right, yes. You know, I think the Def vote is cool if it's purely on the build, and Jonas Strong just likes to be a savant like that. But now it is time to get into game number 2. We'll see whether Nongshim can bring us to a third game, or whether DK can collect a second one in a row. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. Especially fun that we got to see Deft on the Ashe and his actual damage builds. But that might be the first and last time that we get to see him play it this season.
I mean, that's one of those games where I'm really glad that Chronicler brought it up. And there were a few times where I was trying to kind of highlight and get into it, but the game was just like happening before us. And I was like, I want to talk about this a little bit, but is it actually relevant? No, but it is good because it could be relevant later. Like Chronicler pointing out that this is the build we would like to see in future games of Ashe AD carry, maybe when the meta settles a little bit and she becomes more viable there, or more commonly used there, because we're not seeing the flex all too much right now. But yeah, it was one of those games too where you're like, yeah, Showmaker, he played Veigar, but really he played second Smite because that was the most relevant moment in the game. He did have some really aggressive plays onto Fiesta's Jace, and then the bottom lane was where it was all about, right? And Canyon, I voted him for POG, but I think Kellen and Def both well-deserved some of the votes we did see there. And going into the second game, I expect that we will see a blue side choice here for Nongshim, because there's just too much that you can't give to this team right now, as we saw.
Yeah, it's rough. Blue side coming on through. Still some big smiles on the faces of both of the coaches as it looked like they were looking across the aisle. Not sure exactly what that was about, but kind of funny. As let's see what we're going to have here this time around.
I think you will still need to ban the Lucian. You will still need to ban the Caitlyn. They will actually ban the Ashe themselves on blue side, so not confident to play it.
Yeah.
So,
or not confident to trade it for Annie.
Yeah, well, that much we learned for sure, as Annie will be banned in response now for D+. We'll see what happens here in terms of AD carries. As I thought Sylvie had a really good performance on the Elise, honestly, and that's kind of a focal point for me for Nongshim here if they wanted to first pick that if it's left available. You know, he's been kind of a Wukong guy, and as of late, is Cassante once again not allowed for Dindin? And will we just see the Caitlyn ban to come through here, or are they fishing for it themselves? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Might just end up being a Karma or a Varus or something of that sort.
Sejuani, you know, could be picked up here first. Or the Elise, honestly, even though it's kind of dependent on what your bot lane looks like here, but you banned some of the great picks away here for Def. I would like a Sejuani first pick here, especially if Elise is going to be banned like this. I'd say maybe lock it in.
But as we know, Sylvie is the Wukong enjoyer.
He is the Wukong enjoyer.
And Gragas also provides a lot of CC.
True, and it's very safe, whether it's in the top lane or the mid lane. Neela we talked about last time as a very strong pick. We see it a lot in Challengers. I saw it a lot at the end, actually, of LCK Summer and the Worlds qualifiers, too. But a pick that we don't see in this meta right now, going to try to get a little bit more of a safer lock-in here in the Karma. They can just lock up Karma Varus right now if they'd like to, but with the Karma picked, weakens the Varus pick here for Nongshim quite significantly. They'll take Canyon's Lee Sin. And oh, we're opting into this. We are making this choice. We have chosen to play Zeri Lulu into Karma. We have, it just happened. That was a choice that was made.
That was, I hear the Korean commentators are screaming their heads off. They cannot believe this, and neither can I. It just kind of leaves me, I don't know, Wolf. This should not have,
you are told?
Should not have been the choice.
D+ said, we're playing rock, paper, scissors. I'm about to roll paper. And Nongshim said, I'm going rock. And I said, I'm going rock right now.
Yeah.
And like, look, this is not a default win, but when you are dealing with the best bottom 2v2 lane, in my opinion, in terms of prio and actually taking these lanes and snowballing them, I think D+ does this with champions like Karma, with Lucian, with Caitlyn, even better than T1 does. You're opting into Zeri Lulu here. You are asking for a bad time. But I want to see a good time.
Yeah.
I wanted to have a good time, Valdez. That's what I wanted.
True.
And they're going to target Sylvie's Wukong now with a priority here on the Zeri Lulu, so he doesn't get that either.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the idea is. Maybe they just want to get the toughest practice possible. That's really the only thing I can think of. Or maybe just saying, okay, let's try to, just limp through the lane and try to play late game, essentially. And protect the Zeri composition.
It's like they didn't ban Renekton, dude.
Yeah.
He's like, can't even believe it. He can't even believe it. You see his face just a moment ago when he's like, it's so boring if I do this, but it's going to increase my win rate +1, my perfect Renekton win rate.
That would make it 10-0 if he wins.
And, I mean, the Jace is also a strong ban. You have the Gragas. One of the biggest problems for the Gragas would be the Jace, so it's a ban that makes sense. The LeBlanc ban means they want to play Talia, right? Or are we playing Kled? Are we doing that? We're not doing that, right? No, we're not doing that.
We might. I mean, they might just pick Vi and then Kled.
All right, so Vi here into the Lee Sin, not a terrible choice, but it's going to be very difficult to find angles to get ahead. Now, the old Quinn counter pick for the Renekton, that's one we have seen find some success in the past, but it's actually just...
Oh, okay. Darius making his way into the LCK.
Okay. This is going to be fun for sure. I'm ready to believe.
Yeah. That made things a lot more interesting.
Now, will they flex the Renekton mid and avoid this Darius?
Aurelion Soul?
Are we... Okay, Kennen is coming through. And we'll see what variant of Kennen this is going to be. I think it is just going to be standard AP here in the top lane against this Darius, trying to keep him at arm's length. Obviously, playing a range matchup into the Darius is going to be what you want to do so that you don't end up getting pulled in and all in. Darius taking the Ghost here as well, unsurprisingly, to have that all-in potential. Very strong with the Vi, too. Even Kennen is going to have a hard time here if you get zoned out, if the wave is frozen near the turret, and Vi can come up top side, so you can play around top side, because guess what? You're not playing around bottom side. You're not playing around the Varus Karma lane that Deft and Kellen have. So you've got to try to find some angle here as Nongshim, even though you gave them, this pick face up on blue side and they got to counterpick the Kennen. If you can get the lane in a good spot and Vi can constantly put that pressure on, there are angles here, but they're not great. The win conditions are narrow, but I can see, I can look through the hole in the needle where you put the thread. I can see it. I'm peeking through at a game 3 here. If I look really close through my microscope attached to a binocular that's pointed also at a telescope, I could see the win conditions about that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to bring out all of the different appliances and stuff to really peel back the layers that is this Giraffe Wolf. And I don't say that in a very positive way, although we do get Darius, which I'm very happy about.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's into Kennen. It's not going to be easy, but it is viable. It is possible. It is playable.
We will see him on the Rift. He'll be there.
My biggest problem here is you gave over the Karma and you picked Zeri into it. That is going to be the biggest weak point here for Nongshim in this game.
Well, let's see if Nongshim have an answer as we hop into the Rift for game number 2. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, nice spins. Good job.
Good. Get that off your shoe, yeah. Oh.
Another dab.
Yeah. Now it's actually kind of messed up. It's kind of actually unfair because now if Kana Qs him, it's actually a little bit rude.
Yeah.
So Kana's he's just doing this so that it's actually rude if I start to push my lane advantage here. It's actually pretty rude of Dundun. Kana's well, I was gonna plan to kind of get some level 1 harass and be very annoying, but now it's kind of really messed up if I do. But it's okay. There we go.
Yeah, he probably went W, but
true.
He could have. Oh no, he went E. Just for spacing. Also a good idea.
Yeah, he can avoid the pull in there and get an auto off, get some first strike value.
That's all good and fine. I like it, though, that the meta of trying to force your opponent to be polite.
Yeah.
Because you're having fun. I like it.
-1 already. All right, let's see if Kana walks towards a bush.
My guess is he won't. Yeah.
I think
so.
Not, but
probably not. Yeah.
Yeah.
This Showmaker's first game of Renekton is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that is quite interesting, but considering how good Kana has been at it, it's a little bit unsurprising there.
Ixu versus Rich in 2020 LCK Summer.
The Darius versus Mordekaiser top matchup.
Ah, yes. Back when Mordekaiser top was really strong and teams were trying to figure out a way to beat it, Ixu decided, well, we're not seeing a lot of success this season. Let's pull out the Darius and see if it works.
Sounds really familiar. Yeah.
Well, he's just going to face check this one as at least the body slam comes in to stop this. As you mentioned, Gragas is quite safe.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kill him early, as this is actually going not so bad here for Vital and Peter so far. It's not great, but, they're staying even in CS for now.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're not playing a Nautilus into Ashe and Heimerdinger.
Yeah?
What do you think is worse? worse. And actually, I think that was.
I think that's worse.
Uh-oh. Ghost used. Kana in some trouble as he does have the lightning rush, but he can't avoid. The flash is down. He will go. And Sylvie will take the kill. But still,
I mean,
they took him down.
I feel like this one was pretty straightforward, you know? It was pretty obvious because they cannot do anything bottom side here. Kana was bottom and Canyon is just being too aggressive up there by the cult.
Is DK. Ignite already used, but Kellen taking a bunch of damage. He will survive a nice clean dive so far as even the poke comes in from Deft. And this should be just a couple of kills as, okay, he's going to get over the wall for now. As meanwhile, in mid lane, Showmaker just trying to join up with his team. Also going to spot Vital, who nearly dodges that, but no. Showmaker just flashes the wall, and down he goes as very nicely we see that Lulu Zeri is on a 7-game losing streak at the same time.
Yeah, they really had to give the flyby there as Vital was just trying to get out with his life. Is flashing on, and 3 flashes down here. 4 D+ here on the bottom side of the map. Kana has Hex Flash on the top side, but...
And they kill him, but Sylvie shows top, so bot
exactly
dies.
So I think this is why Kana felt confident to be up like this, because if the jungler is topside, the bottom dive.
Okay, Showmaker, no flash here. He is Renekton, but oh, the pull! It misses as Dundun's still gonna be able to walk up and swipe him in the face.
All right, so now you've got a kill on your Darius. You're looking all right here. You're significantly down in CS, but you've got some money in your pocket here. Some money coming over to Fiesta. Is gonna have his first back here now, and I mean, bottom side here, obviously that went very badly for them, but you still can push this lane now. You have an advantage in experience with the early back here from Deft, and no, I'm not trying to say it's playable, but it's definitely way better than game 1. And we talked about the collapse there from Canyon on the bottom side of the map. Obviously the cost is that Kana dies there, but he still has a massive CS lead. He's got the lane frozen now in front of his turret, so he's going to keep that lead. As obviously Dundun does not have teleport because he's playing Darius, so it takes him a really long time to get back to lane, and his farm is not coming through. So you got to be getting kills. Notice he's actually...
At least he did.
Yeah, he's only 40 gold ahead right now.
Yeah, and a lot of that will be made up in farm on the side of Kana. As back down to the bottom side. You see, once again, they're going to use that prio to get this Drake for the team very early on. This Ocean Drake will actually be quite nice. This Fiesta trying to get something going here. A 2v2 as a bunch of damage into the Gragas. The cask is very good, but it's not going to get Showmaker far enough away as they just turn on to Sylvie instead. Canyon going to kill Sylvie. And Showmaker can't quite catch up to Fiesta at least.
On one hand,
2v2 goes their way.
On one hand, I want to see a replay of how that started because it's a bit puzzling that they thought they were going to win that. But on the other hand, it feels like we keep missing how things are starting because a lot of action has happened this game and these replays have been extended. So I'm kind of torn, but we'll see what production decides to do because if we do see a replay, we might get some context here. So we're going to go to this replay first. And
I don't think this is a... It's not a replay.
It was...
It was the fake replay.
It was the replay stinger, but then no replay. They trolled me, Valdez!
It's okay.
I was like looking, I'm like, I don't think this is anything. Okay.
All right, there we go.
Replay stinger, and this is the kill onto Showmaker where he's flashless.
Yeah, he
Fiesta
shouldn't be here.
Yeah, Fiesta just body slams him, and then Dundun is sacrificing a lot in order to make this happen. So they do end up getting the kill here, just barely. If Showmaker gets out there, I mean, it's horrible.
잘했는데 이거 중요한? 잘했는데.
He's like, I was playing so well, and can I win this?
Showmaker, one of our more interactive players.
So this was just Fiesta greeting super hard up in the lane here with no vision. Looked like maybe because Sylvie was here, he thought he could actually look for a proactive play, but no, it was just greed and was punished super hard. So this isn't going really any better, unfortunately, as you can see.
Yeah.
He has his Sork shoes online. He bought a cull after that first death. He's already stacked half of that.
Yeah, that lane is much like the bottom lane, where DK should just be getting wins. Here is Vi. May have just cursed them, but Sylvie doesn't have flash. So Yeah, very nice reaction time from Kellen.
It's so
slows him
unfortunate.
down, and they stay safe.
Because he has it coming up in just a few seconds, but you know, Kellen could just mantra the speed boost, set up a retreat as Deft.
Oh boy.
He's looking for a kill on Peter.
Well, Vi is here as Peter will survive. I believe he just shielded that as now Sylvie's here looking for Deft, but the bottom lane is so low as the ult comes through from Vital as maybe Sylvie. Okay, he's going to be able to pick up the kill himself as we are getting down and dirty and scrappy in the bottom lane.
We certainly are. So a kill goes over, but it is to the Vi, so no money really in Zeri's pocket, unfortunately. As I just, every time I want to take the state of the game, like we're jumping into action elsewhere. This time it's just Showmaker getting a small advantage and maybe going to grab a plate, as he is escorted here by Canyon. There's the plate. So some money going over, but it's not the end of the world here for D plus Kia by any means, because the rest of the map is in such shambles right now here for Nongshim, especially this top lane. Yeah, so yeah, this is just...
That's the way it goes, and you know, it's rough to do something like this when you're on blue side because you don't have that R5 counter pick, right? You don't have the ultimate counter pick. It's just, you're just hoping that your opponent doesn't have flexibility in their draft, but DK did, right? They had the Renekton, and you can throw that mid. You can find a way to counter the Darius. The Darius was never going to be the ultimate counter unless DK just handshook it in this case.
Yeah, and they didn't, and because it's obviously a flex pick of the Renekton, like you mentioned, but they also get this Kana Kennen, and the Kennen obviously did die early because Kana was being super greedy with how much push he was putting into that lane on the top side, and it was pretty obvious that Sylvie was going to gank there, but like you mentioned, if he does, then the bottom side dies, so you know you have at least that insurance policy, and you might even get away as the Kennen, and he's got such a massive lead that that death doesn't matter at all, even a little bit. And the kill for Darius, the assist he picked up in the mid lane, these things aren't going to matter because Kennen scales extremely well in team fights, and Darius needs to be much further along than he is now if he's going to have a strong mid game, because he can, but he will not in this game.
Kennen's just going to drop this Rift Herald down, and even though Sylvie is here, Showmaker is also rotating. So let's see how this one is going to go. Fiesta with teleport. Could try to join if they got into any weird shenanigans, as Dun Dun with the Ghost trying to catch up to Kana. Slicing Maelstrom is in. Does he have the damage? Does Dun Dun have enough to take him down? They trade! As, oh boy.
Kana's
very
laughing,
close.
man. He is laughing so hard. As Dun Dun is really frustrated. Both players had flash, actually, and Dun Dun was not willing to flash on top of Kana to test his reaction time there, nor was Kana willing to flash to actually get away, knowing that Dun Dun also had flash, so neither flashes are used in this exchange, which is quite surprising to me because it could have been the game changer to actually secure the kill for one player or the other, depending on reaction time there. But neither of them expend it, and as is the case often with Darius, they both die with the bleed damage coming through. And so the lane goes back to the way it was. I'd actually even argue that this is worse for the Darius because the lane is already going Kennen's way. He picks up some additional money that he's not supposed to have here. And you pick up money, but it's useless. Kennen picks up useful money, gets a blasting wand.
Showmaker forced a flash here. Good respect this time around, at least. As it feels like a lot of our players here are having a lot of fun in this game, which I really do enjoy.
So this is the first-person view here of Dun Dun where he gets on top of the Kennen. And he turns around here with the ult. See, the ult comes over here, and he doesn't flash to get one extra auto here, so the extra auto comes through from Kana and ends up being a trade back.
Yeah, he just said, I should have used flash.
Yeah, exactly. I was a little bit surprised he didn't, because that's the one way you win that guaranteed is you flash to get that extra auto. And then if Kana instantly flashes at the exact same time.
No.
Oh, no.
Not to Peter. Come on. What did he ever do to you? He's just sitting there smiling, having a good time playing some League of Legends. And they had to do him like that.
Is he having a good time? I'm not sure if he's having a good time right now, Valdez. His coach drafted him a Lulu into the Karma lane.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's having a good time. He's
maybe
trying
not in this game.
He's trying to have a good time, okay? He's trying to stay positive.
And generally, he's a very jovial, fun-loving character.
I want to go back to the saving Mary Jane Peter days, you know? I want to go back. I want to go back. You know, Kana's his former teammate, you know, from last year.
Yeah. Okay, well, Sylvie is like, oh, there's a Hextech gate. Maybe I can use that. As Canyon's like, no, it's It shot me too far. Sylvie not even
misses
going to
the
get the flash.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Cover your eyes, guys.
Oh, it hurts.
Yeah. Well, the bottom lane nearly got all 5 plates. They're working on that 5th one here. Who could have seen this coming, right, Wolf?
No,
Certainly.
no coach on the blue side of the rift this time. No, I think Irene just thought they were going to need to get scaling. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
All in.
All right.
Hold up.
Let's see. A little bit of play. Is Peter just going to try to get in there and get the knock up? Doesn't quite do that. As meanwhile, in the top side, double pull. Dunstan trying to turn this around. Nearly dies, but he will stay alive. As in the bottom side, couple of 80 carry kills, but Vital is alive. So at the end of the day, he's going to get the better of him. As meanwhile, here comes the Vi. Sylvie does have his ultimate. Just going to use that to click on the Kellen. Showmaker's like, nope, I will not join you. Goodbye, Karma.
All right, so, hey, little bit of good news. Just a shred, a scrap here picked up. As after this, of course, plates fall, and then the observers have to show us, production has to show us, like, well, you know, it's not looking so good, but...
Should have kept it secret this time.
I do agree, as, oh, man, we're really going to do him dirty here.
발로 차볼게.
Yeah.
얘 프리거든. 뭐야?
He has flash. He's like, I'm pretty sure he's got flash. And he's like, what? I think he has flash. Even Cannon was like, oof, man. The wild growth doesn't connect here onto Def, so Def wants to push forward. And they end up getting this kill here, but obviously he has to trade his life for it. As in live, did something happen in live?
I don't think so.
Okay, I just heard the casters go wild, so I think they were reacting to the replay more so. As because Sylvie comes over here with the Hextech Gate, Kellen is punished. But still, it's not even that great in this exchange here on the bottom side of the Rift, but it's something.
It's definitely better than nothing, that's for sure. As we are going to be going on hit for Deft in this game with the lethal tempo. I think from the lead should be okay.
Yeah.
Not a lot of range here on the side of Nongshim either way.
I mean, Nongshim have some like they have pretty good engage, but it's Zeri, so there's not a lot of burst follow-up here. So you really need to get to the later parts of the game in order to find value with this. And if D plus Kia avoid the initial engage or just slicing Maelstrom the engage, for example, as Kana can do here in this game, he has Rocket Belt now. You know, the Zeri isn't going to be able to compete with the counter engage. The turn that D plus has is immense. And until Zeri gets 2, maybe 3 items online, if that happens this game, you're just not going to feel very good about your chances of winning a longer fight either. Because you're a Gragas. You know, Gragas is not going to be doing long-term damage. It's no Victor, that's no Azir. You know, the Darius definitely is not going to be doing anything at all this game, except occasionally pulling people and doing some bleed damage.
Yeah. He also had to go Bramble Vest, which, I mean...
Had to is strong,
so.
chose to.
Yeah.
Is, I think, you know, perhaps a little bit more accurate, but because he's dealing with this Renekton and it's causing him problems. As Nongshim are actually going to get the faster track onto this Drake at least.
Yeah, I don't think DK will ever let them get this, right? Like, they're just going to drop the Rift Herald and fight for this, I would imagine.
Kana has TP.
He's just going to look to back and then TP into this. Let's see where he comes in as maybe they give over the Drake and look for the fight afterwards. Canyon is nearby, looking for the steal, goes in, and it will... does anyone have Smite? I guess not, as down it will go to the side of DK anyway, as meanwhile Deft is going to die to the Darius, but everybody else is dying to DK. So double kill in the hands of Canyon as they take the Drake and Nongshim's lives.
Yep, man, that Herald gets a second charge here into the inner turret. It destroys the outer. And Kana just shows up to the fight. So I'm ready to press R. And Canyon's ready for the steal there, and I think Sylvie and crew just panic a little bit. You know, I mean, you had control of the Drake, you decided we're going to hold, we're going to force this into our favor, and then you mess it up. You know, I think a lot of pressure on these players, a lot of nerves here. In a game where you tried to do something unique, you tried to do something cool, it did not work. Deadman's Plate here done for Dundun, which means he can close the gap a little bit better in some of these fights. Has a little bit more oomph to that auto, but I mean, just functionally though, he's got problems. You know, he was able to get on top of Deft this last time.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to happen again.
We'll see.
We'll
see.
We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of things I didn't think were going to happen in this series, and here we are.
The Darius pick, not one of them. Let's see once again how this goes down.
Yeah, I want to see where the smite goes for Sylvie.
Does he not? Oh, he smited Lee Sin.
Yeah, he missed. Okay.
Well,
I mean, it's look, it's a
not the
high
first
pressure
time we've
situation.
seen it.
Yeah, it's a high pressure situation. It's happened to Cuz earlier this season, to Willer.
And Canyon didn't even have it, so he didn't have a smite. So Cannon takes it down.
Yeah, but once that smite is gone for Sylvie, hold up, Showmaker in danger.
Yeah, I mean, press all your buttons and kill the Renekton. Maybe that's the play. The Polymorph comes in as well, as not even the Dominus will help him out here, as they do get Showmaker.
Now, they can potentially grab this bounty turret on the top side, but it will be traded for the bottom side turret here. So, you know, you get, Kana gets this turret, and you get the bounty goal on top side, as what I thought was going to be the fault there, but in fact, they're just going to reset and lose a turret, so you grouped and killed Showmaker, but the macro here leaving a little bit to be desired. Now, the concern is, because you didn't know that Deft and Kellen and Canyon are all bottom side for sure. The concern is you stay to kill that top turret and get the bounty, and then you get collapsed on and die. So perhaps that's part of why they decided not to do it, but you made the safer choice in one way, but it's actually the choice that means that you lose more out of this exchange here, because they group up as 5, and Deft and Kellen were shown in the mid lane right before this. So that's the last known location. They're still showing in mid, in fact, actually. So I think you should feel pretty secure that you have enough damage here to take this turret out top side and pick up that bounty gold. By the way, they think it's too greedy. They decide not to, and they will lose a turret on the bottom side for free.
Fiesta trying to make a play. Deft has flash. So Fiesta just gonna, you know, take a drink, say, howdy, partner, and then back away.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all that happened. So now he's leaving now.
He's out of there.
When do D+ do Baron is the other question. They do have their on-hit bars heading on over to the Baron as we speak.
I think that they will probably, he's going to grab red buff for now, and I think that they'll probably do it after they grab Hextech Soul, because they can win the fight on Hextech Soul pretty easily. It's pretty low risk. They already have a lot of control in mid and bot. And then once they have Soul, it's unlosable on Baron, and the Drake fight itself is also probably not one that they can realistically lose. They have control of all 3 lanes. Kana has teleport back up, so can easily come over here, so you can make sure he's got eyes on where Dindin is. And then once you get that Hextech Soul, it's just free Baron, right? And you could even potentially just try to push to end with all the damage they've done, but I think they will get Baron and then use that to end the game. It's kind of like the next few steps here is... Canyon is still a few kills away, by the way, from passing Ambition.
Yeah.
I want to point out, he actually has the highest kills in the game.
Do you know how many
he
got in game 1?
4. So he needs like 6 more, if I'm not mistaken, to pass. I think 5 more. Wait, no, hold on.
No, if he has 5 plus the
Yeah, no, he needs
1,003, that would put him at 1,008.
Yeah.
At this current moment, so let's see how this one is going to go. Sylvie just trying to run, but he's just going to get kicked back.
Give it to Canyon.
Team. Oh, wait, he actually did get that. I thought that Deft stole it away. Either way, he's probably like a couple away, guys. I think he's at 1,009 at this moment. As Canyon not here, so maybe just going to give this one to Showmaker. No, Canyon. Kana's going to steal that one.
I think he might be 1 away, actually, from passing Ambition here. We might get a confirmation of that if he does get 1 more kill. But he's very close, and he's been picking them up. He's collecting them. So, history made twice in 1 night for the jungle player here on Lee Sin both times. Perfect KDA here so far in this second game is...
What?
All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
He did it.
Oh, yep. Okay.
Stop the back, though. Stop the back. Worth.
Got him. Down goes the Gragas.
Hextech Soul into Baron.
Did Canyon get that? I think
he did. He did.
He got it.
He got 7. Wait, hold on.
So that will put him at 1,009.
Okay.
Or is it 1,010?
I thought it was... I don't know.
I think it's 1,000.
Started at 999.
I think it's 1,010. I think it's 1,010.
Yeah, because we started at 999, right? So, yeah, 1,010. Did it. Grats. GZ.
GZ.
Man, Fiesta, what a nice guy. As, yeah, this happened moments before.
Okay, we're fighting again. Are they going to kill the Croc this time? As no, he's got his little Yordle buddy backing him up. This Canyon is like, hey, wait for me, I need more kills. Showmaker is going to find Sylvie and take him down. That one goes to Deft, as meanwhile, Canyon is just behind enemy lanes by himself. 1v4, he has a stopwatch, and he knows they don't have enough damage. Even gonna dodge that one of the axes. This should be the end of the game, guys. Everybody's just gonna get torn to shreds as down goes Vital, and that is a clean ace going to DK.
Well, I'm gonna have to tell you, Valdez, I think a lot of this game was about Deft and Kellen pushing the bottom lane. You know, I think a lot of it was about Kana having counterpick on the cannon, right? And the Darius doing very little / nothing. But I think I'm gonna have to vote for Canyon. You know, the narrative.
He got robbed in game one.
Got robbed in game one. You know, I think I'm just a Lee Sin voter right now.
Yeah.
And I don't feel bad about it. I don't feel guilty. I'm not gonna have any remorse. I mean, look at this guy. Look at him. He's like, I almost killed Peter. Oh, he wild growth himself. I've got stopwatch. I'm just setting up.
He baited them all into it.
Hex Tech Soul Slow into Slicing Maelstrom. A tragedy on the rift for Nongshim here. A tragedy.
A tale of two teams.
A tale of two teams.
It was the best of times for DK.
Who would win
It
one?
was the worst of times.
Burly man with Ghost here in the top lane and one little squeaky boy.
Yeah.
And Kana, man, he even didn't go for the early auto. You know, the early first strike value when Dindin was emoting and dancing. But we look at Dindin now.
Yeah. Dindin here going to be caught looking for the kill onto Kellen. Can't quite get in there. As, yeah, that one is also going to go into the hands of Deft. And we're basically getting confirmation at the same time, guys, that Canyon has, in fact, surpassed Ambition at 1,009. So congrats on moving one rung up in the jungle kills to Canyon.
Not that far behind the rest either.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it later.
A matter of time.
The D+, they're taking the +2, Valdez. They're taking the +2 tonight.
They're taking the +2 tonight, looks like, as you just said. So down will go Vital one more time for the boys, they say, as Fiesta also going to give his life. As a triple kill will go to Kana, and this game is over. The Nexus goes down, and D+ take 2 wins.
Really, I didn't put the X in the Canyon spot until right before I started the descent, because I was like, man, I might have to give it to Kana, but it stayed strong. I gave it to Canyon. It stayed strong. And I don't feel guilty about it either. As for Nongshim here,
you gotta live your truth, Wolf.
This series, you know, you come in as massive underdogs. You tried the risky Darius pick, but you did it on blue side, so it was never really going to be a great choice. You opted into Zeri into the Karma lane, the Karma Varus. You opted into that. In game 1, you left the Ashe up because you had to ban the Lucian, you had to ban the Caitlyn. And, I mean, some of this is draft fundamentals, but I think some of it is just, it's so hard to play against this team right now. D+ have so many strong picks, so many different avenues, so many different ways they will crush you. That it's hard to be prepared, it's hard to do the right thing, and sometimes it's better to do the fun thing and lose with Darius instead. And I'm not going to be too critical of what went down here tonight for Nongshim, because it's just, it's a sad story, and it's a top 3, top 2, potentially, D+ is in the running for it, team here against our bottom team in the LCK, a Challengers team that was recently promoted up to this roster, and literal world champions taking them out on the Rift, and there's just still some growing left to do.
Yep. Still waiting for that growth spurt, you know?
Kellen's napkin bouquet better be in the best ceremonies of the week next week. Kellen's napkin bouquet,
you know, honestly,
man.
after crying Boham, anything can be in the ceremonies.
Yeah. Oh, napkin bouquet better be on the list, man.
That's my vote for sure.
Okay, so this is Kana in the early game here, pushed way too far up, but it doesn't matter after that. And
yeah, we skipped the part where Canyon went bot and got a double kill.
Yeah, Showmaker was actually, he may get POG because he was also just the target this entire game when he staved off the pressure extremely well and gave his team so many opportunities to cross map, because Nongshim just really were mad at Showmaker for some reason in this game and chasing him down, and then not getting subsequent turrets. As, yeah, this was a good moment for Nongshim, because this is where things get a little bit messy. this situation here.
A little bit dicey.
A little bit dicey. Fiesta trying to block Showmaker out. The missed smite does hurt. It's not great.
Zaps it with, I think, the Slicing Maelstrom damage. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt.
Yeah,
It is
surprise
super effective.
Pikachu.
But it was onto like kind of the Lightning Drake, so I don't really get how that works.
It wasn't very effective, but it still did get the last hit.
Yeah, that's true. Makes sense. Well,
this series is one that you know, you don't walk out of this one feeling great, even if you're D+, because it's just...
They came and did their job today.
Exactly. It's like they're professionals. They had to crush this team 2-0. That's their job, and they did it, you know? And if you're Nongshim here, you're walking out feeling a little bit sad about how it went down, especially, but what do you expect coming into this one?
슬슬 다가. 자, 01분.
Kellen's just making noises as they're killing him.
Yeah.
Love it.
Thanks for the translation about this.
Yeah.
This time they're trying to kill Canyon again. Calling out who doesn't have flashes. Zeri is not. And I believe Def said, I think we can end. And that is what they are going to do, in fact. Here they have Slicing Maelstrom available.
Looks a lot like Game 1, at least at the end. The game itself did not look a lot like Game 1 in terms of the way it played out from beginning to finish.
That was a really nice setup where Showmaker gets the first stun on the flashless Zeri, and then the Slicing Maelstrom follow-up is there to make sure Vital is dead, because that's the only person who has long-term damage here in the Nongshim composition you're worried about. Target selection was good there. And D+, 2-0, straightforward, and putting them again closer and closer to that second place here. Their matchup against Genji later on is really critical, but they will, of course, have to face off against T1 too. So some really difficult matches coming up, but this is the one you needed to 100% 2-0, and that they did.
That they did, and that's all we have to say about this one. Let's hand it over to the space and see what they had to say about Game 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the series once again. And yeah, this is probably the biggest draft gap that we've seen ever. A lot of mistakes made by Nongshim, but also beautiful capitalization here by D+Key, illustrating how difficult it is to draft into this team. And the result, if you make the colossal error of picking a Zeri when Karma was already shown.
I'm a little bit...
I have absolutely no.
You have zero mercy. I have a little bit of qualms because in my experience, when teams are this far down, they try and draft for comfort. I don't think that it's good. I 100% agree with you there. The Varus and Karma we've already seen are stronger enough to even beat Caitlyn lanes. So you're gonna get pummeled in that lane, and I don't think that you're ever getting out of that lane alive. But for teams that haven't won anything in since they beat the RX in round 1. I do get the attempt to try and get to comfort, but they got pummeled. So Butler was a disaster, and then the Darius is yellow because against a lot of teams this could work, but there are 2 teams where you cannot do this.
Great. So it's because T1, Genji, DK, you can't do it.
I forgot about
Pretty sure
Trophy.
Faker can play.
Never. Yeah, well, I mean, I was thinking.
I also
T1
think KT could probably. Do
well,
it.
I think
also 50% of our teams you might be able to get away.
Ooh, I don't know about KT, but I'm willing to take the other 3. So you can't do that, right? You can't pick the Darius because if Cannon gets counterpicked or any of the other picks that Darius can't play into, then you're screwed because Darius.
What if Cannon played Vayne? You know, could have been even worse.
No, not Vayne. I like the Cannon a lot more. The Darius has such binary matchups that not picking at R5 when you don't have a 100% guarantee where it's going is going to get punished. Kana had a pretty lackluster start, which we'll get into in a little bit, but yeah, with this draft, you're generally not going to win, and also the skill gap is there.
Yeah. One of the other beauties as well is the fact that you pick the Karma early and the Lee Sin, and then you can go Ezreal or Varus, and you're not going to lose both of those picks. R4 Renekton is an absolute no-brainer. Canna is amazing on it, and then being able to flex it because it's Showmaker, absolutely gorgeous. The Cannon also being solo AP means that things are really tough. But started well for Nongshim, as we can see.
Because I really like this early play from Sylvie. Sylvie is able to stay away from the ward, which they knew was placed there. starts on his bot side, then goes back up. And then here, crucially, because the ward has timed out, he's not spotted, right? So the assumption here for D+ is that he's still on the bot side of the map, and he's going to try and clear his free camps there, and then move towards bot side, which is where a lot of the action is focused. But Sylvie makes a really good read here that Kana is about to crash the wave, and if Kana immediately backs off there, he's fine. But because of the read that was made, he goes in, try to get maybe some auto harassment, trying to get a possible plate this early on, and he gets punished. And the reason why we picked this is because we're trying to find some glimpses, because the rest of the game is kind of a smackdown. And I do think like little moments like this, there was also a roam from Dundun, are like, that's the only good things you can take from Nongshim, because everything else is just...
Yeah, and we also saw the power of Kennen in that lane as well, because Dundun goes for those roams, manages to get kills.
Because he was getting frozen out of the game.
Yeah, he got the gank on the top side, and then goes and kills Showmaker, but it doesn't actually matter. He's still 2 levels behind because you cannot enter lane 1v1 against the Kennen. It's just impossible. Was really, really difficult. But this was the value of solo AP Kennen, as well as a bit of smite shenanigans going on in this Dragon Pit.
No one on Nongshim skilled well into this game, Sylvie included, misses the smite there, and this is where you see the payoff, right? You have a Dragon fight with a fat cannon and a Renekton, so you're always going to be very, very happy. And that was really it. There was like a lot of kills. Canyon got a bunch of 1v1s.
And he also surpassed Ambition, as we had that's big confirmed. Absolutely amazing stuff from Canyon. Let's have a look at his POG, shall we? The Polar Bear's surely going to get it this time. There he is, 700 points for Canyon, and 806 on his Lee Sin, an absolutely phenomenal performance. I think he was 406 on it earlier on, so that's like 12-0-12
and
on the day.
Canyon is one of the biggest benefactors of how the meta has shifted as the split has progressed. Because, and do note, on next patch, which I think will be the playoffs patch as well, they are even further increasing jungle income. And that is really big, because we already know that Canyon on carries versus Canyon on tanks are 2 completely different things. And ever since Lee has gotten back into the meta after his buffs, and again, some of the changes that slowly are coming back into the jungle, and Maokai and Sejuani is still there, but like Maokai, Wukong and Vi are still good. But there are now alternative options, I think, is one of the big reasons why D+ have looked so much better. That plus the improved form of Showmaker.
Yeah.
So D+ is spiking at exactly the right time, which I think makes the setup for playoffs so exciting.
Absolutely gorgeous. And I also think that this is by design for D+ as well. I don't think they were putting too much pressure on their players at the beginning of the season, because a lot of them were outspoken about burnout and things like that. Good to see that they are making that turnaround. Of course, we're not taking too much from a matchup against Nongshim, who have certainly been struggling at the very bottom of the standings. But regardless of that, if you're a D+ fan, you're still very, very happy with the fact that they're performing in this kind of manner, having a good time on the Rift. Showmaker being outspoken, saying, oh man, I'm playing really well today, and things like this, even after he dies in that mid lane earlier on. It was actually very, very heartwarming to see. But now it is time to have a chat with Kellen and Canyon. So here's Jisung for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Kellen and Canyon from D+ Kia. Congratulations. D+ Kia is now on a 5-match winning streak, and you guys back on the second place. How do you feel, Kellen? It was a very quick series. Our performance was pretty good, so it's a good day. Canyon, congratulations on hitting the 1,000 kill milestone in your career. How do you feel? It feels amazing to pick up my 1,000 kill of the LCK. And also, it's like double happiness because we got a clean 2-0 win. Kellen, is there anything you want to say to Canyon? Congratulations, Canyon.
대답해 주실 수 있나요?
Thank you.
네, 좋습니다. 네, 1세트 얘기부터 해볼게요.
Let's go all the way back to the first game. We had the first pick Ashe secured by D+ Kia, and then Veigar and Heimerdinger followed up. And then we ended up having Ashe AD carry after a very long time. So they had R4 Nautilus. So we were like, I think Nongshim will be pretty aggressive with that comp. So we wanted to play Heimerdinger because if we have Ashe support, we were gonna have too many fights. So it was our team's decision, and also Deft also told us like we should actually rather go for the Heimer support.
네, 그러면은 2세트 뱀픽에서는 정말
And
재밌는 구도가 나왔어요.
In the second game, we had a very interesting comp on the side of Nongshim. We had Darius Top returning to the LCK after a very long while. How did D+Kia players react to that?
다리우스는 솔직히 예상하지 못했는데
We didn't see that Darius coming.
미드 그라가스가 확정된
But
상태여서
we knew that Gragas will be going mid, so Showmaker, he was like, I'm okay with playing Renekton mid. So we wanted to pick something new for Kana on the top lane, and we ended up having Kennen to deal with the Darius. So D+Kia ended up having a very strong lane composition for the early game. So you guys were able to definitely get ahead early, and also Kennen, you had to make sure that your team is getting the lead early as well. How did you plan for your early path? We actually predicted Vi will be playing around bottom side early on, so I just wanted to cover gank top once and then rotate bottom again. So it was all predictable, so it was not that hard to deal with. It was rather very comfortable. Kellen, game number 2, you played up against Zeri Lulu, a bottom duo that is on an 8-game losing streak. Why do you think they're struggling so much? They're very, very low on the tier list. Well, they're still viable, but everyone knows how to play into Zeri now, so she's having a pretty low win rate so far. With this win, D+Kia is having a higher probability to secure a spot in the second round of the playoffs. How are you feeling about this competition with you and Genji? I mean, it would be good if we can end on second place, but we gotta do our best until the very end. And your upcoming matches will be up against Breon, T1, and Genji. We never beat T1 and Genji this season, so we will make sure to get our revenge this round. Yeah, I feel like being on the first and second place of the regular season is having a huge advantage, so we will make sure to do our best in the T1 and Genji series in order to become the second place team of the regular season. And this will be the end of the interview, and I'm gonna pass it back to the disc. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the amazing translation. Great to hear from both Kellen and Canyon there. Oh man, just a real brutal series if you're a Noodle fan, but if you're a D+ fan, you are very happy because they have a tough couple of games coming up in T1 and Genji. Let's have a look at the standings though. Playoff round 2 has been confirmed here for T1. D+ moved back to second place. They had a brief stint where they were out of it, but now even again with Genji, and their differential still one game in front because they were able to secure the 2-0, much like Genji was yesterday.
And it's very important, not just because of Genji, but we've also talked about KT, and they are looking really hot. They're coming up next as well, and if they get a 2-0 as well, you're going to be even happier if you're D+, because their strength of schedule, as we've talked about pretty often already, is looking pretty like a good schedule.
It absolutely is. Genji and DK, if they only lose one series, they should still be able to hit second place, but you never really know. KT versus Bro is going to be coming up after a decent break, guys. Go grab something to eat, go for a walk, touch some grass, something like that, and we'll see you back for our final series of the night very, very soon.
DRX needed to change something. Juhan is in.
Duckdom changes the atmosphere.
As Rascal picks up another one. That's a solo kill for him this time.
Great game here from DRX, and every time the doubters come out for Live Sandbox.
I don't know what it is with this team, but they've won another series.
Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown.
여러분 안녕하세요. 목요일마다 찾아오는 리뷰 데스크의 헬리오스 신동진입니다. 오늘은 DRX의 주한 선수와 라스칼 선수를 모셔봤는데요.
안녕하세요. DRX의 탑라이너 라스칼 김광희입니다.
안녕하세요. DRX의 정글을 맡고 있는 주한이라고 합니다.
반갑습니다. 이제 본격적으로 좀 리뷰를 시작해 볼 텐데요. 두 분 영상을 보시고 이제 마음껏 자기 PR을 좀 해주셔야 돼요. MVP를 뽑아야 되기 때문에 굉장히 또 중요합니다. 첫 번째 영상 확인해 보시죠.
레넥톤과 잭스 구도에선 레넥톤이 아무래도 저는 더 유리하다고 생각을 하고 있거든요. 예? 라스칼이 얼마나
주한이
레넥톤은 3렙부터 시작인데 그렇죠. 타이밍에 2단계 타이밍을 잘 찍었어요.
네,
그런데 와, 그쪽 대상이 좋았거든요. 그 데려갈 수도 있습니다. 오! 릭스 라스칼과 세 주한이
주한 선수가 디테일하게 좀 리플레이를 보면서 설명을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요?
여기서부터 탑다이브 콜이 나왔어요. 근데 제가 조금 늦게 오긴 했거든요. 왜냐면 레넥이 3렙이 찍힐 수가 있어가지고 그래가지고 아 이거 좀 애매한가 했는데 일단 하자고 나와가지고 잘 따낸 것 같습니다.
되게 확신이 있었어요. 보통 다이브각 같은 거는 잘 설계하는 편이라고 생각해서 콜도 디테일하게 해줬어요. 세 번째 웨이브 때 다이브 된다.
알겠습니다. 굉장히 좋은 플레이였네요.
라인전 야무지지.
그러니까 이렇게 잘하는데.
근데 사실 주한 선수도 억울할 수 있잖아요. 탑 다이브 쳐준 거 난데 POG 못 받고 아닌가요? 저만 그런가요 지금?
근데 이게 처음부터 여기 50 스타트 포인트를 찾아준 것만으로 이게 설계가 완벽했거든요. 그래서 저는 광형이 다 한 것 같아서 딱히 할 말은 없네요.
그러면은 라스칼 선수의 솔킬 장면이 여러 번 나왔는데 리플레이를 보면서 설명이 가능할까요?
이 매치업에서 좀 중요하다고 생각하는 부분 중에 하나가 정글 챔피언인데 50은 저한테 압박을 줄 수 없고 세주안이는 영향을 많이 준다고 생각해서 그냥 50 압박을 아예 안 받는 상태로 게임을 진행하고 있었고요. 레넥톤 입장에서 이제 너무 답답하고 이 대포 솔직히 탑라이너는 못 참잖아요.
그쵸.
근데 참으셔야 하긴 했었는데 그래서 여기서 딜교를 당하셨고 그다음에 여기서도 W 실수를 하셨어요. W가 방금 저한테 씹히셨는데 잭스1랑 레넥톤 W 쿨 차이가 나거든요. 그래서 그냥 이때 그냥 실쿨 차이인 거 계산하고 바로 그냥 다이브를 쳤습니다.
완벽한 계산이었네요. 근데 이 장면 말고도 또 여러 장면이었거든요. 계속해서.
원래 여기서 레넥톤이 못 나올 거라고 생각을 하고 블루를 먹고 라인을 하려 했는데 이 라인을 건드시는 거예요. 그래갖고 50도 위에 보였는데 선 넘으신 거 캐치해야겠다 하고 바로 와드 받고 날아가고 있었거든요. 그 다음에 이제 제리가 뒤에 빠졌었었는데 여기서 제리가 바텀에 오면은 저희가 바론을 먹을 것 같다고 생각을 했었고 그래서 그냥 끝까지 쫓아가서 잡게 된 것 같아요.
굉장히 완벽한 설계 플레이였네요. 주한 선수는 자기 PR 할 수 있는 장면 있을까요?
저희가 전 과정에서 실수를 좀 했는데 그래도 복구를 하러 갔어요. 이게 전령을 깔러 가는 무빙이거든요. 깔음과 동시에 아칼리한테 압박을 주자고 콜이 나왔고 아칼리한테 압박을 주는데 아칼리가 생각보다 너무 잘 맞아주는 거예요. 그래가지고 여기서 딴 게 저는 되게 크게 굴러갔다고 생각했어요. 그래서 잘했어요.
굉장히 심플하게, 그렇죠. 굉장히 직관적이었어요. 두 분 다 너무 좋은 장면들을 많이 골라주셨기 때문에 조금 더 영상을 보고 고민을 해봐야 될 것 같아요. 두 번째 영상으로 보러 가보겠습니다.
웬만하면 잘 못 가거든요. 탱커를 뚫는 빌드로 그냥 무난하게 템을 올리다 보면요 이기는 상황이 나옵니다.
이거 일단
그리고 리스 좀 잡아야죠. 근데 기가 킥이 대박이 나서
제대로 됐어요.
이러면서 더블킬 만들어졌습니다. 3대0.
50 여기 있다. 나 이거 바에게 이어줄 수 있어?
나 궁극기 돼.
50 높여.
이야.
나이스.
원복 콤보 뭔데?
죽였다.
장면 굉장히 재밌고 멘트도 너무 재밌었는데 이 장면에 대해서 좀 설명 가능할까요?
이걸 넘어갔는데 여기 새끼 늑대가 있는 거예요. 얘 여기 있네? 바이게는 먹는 거 좀 아니지 이렇게 생각을 했어요. 이거 좀 때려볼까? 잡을 만한데 하고 순간적인 판단이라
난 순간적인 피지컬이 좋았다.
순간적인 피지컬이 좋았다.
딱히 저는 한 거 없고 그냥 주한이가 잘했던 것 같고 저는 이제 그냥 그 전을 보면은 저는 원래 되게 힘들게 시작했었거든요.
그쵸.
어떻게든 상대가 저희 스타트 못 보게 하려고 여기서 원래 저는 그냥 위로 가도 되거든요. 근데 이렇게 아랫무빙 하면서 우리 시합 보여주면 안 되겠다. 우리 정글 보여주기 싫어서 이렇게 하니까 라인전이 완전 망했어요. 라인전이 그냥 끝나서 처음에 경험치도 못 먹고 그랬었거든요.
이 상황 때 제가 탑피를 봤거든요. 근데 이게 탑 갱각이 절대 안 나오는 거예요. 그래가지고 이거 탑은 버리고 게임해야겠구나라고 생각했어요.
근데 또 라스칼 선수를 풀어내시더라고요.
제가 푼 게 아니고 팀이 풀어준 거죠. 라인전에서 이미 차이가 많이 나고 있는 상태였어요. 여기 보면은 이제 CS가 거의 20개 정도 차이 나는데 전령에서 저희 바텀이 먼저 올라와 준다고 인게임 안에서 콜을 너무 잘해줬었고 변이도 너무 잘 써줘서 이렇게 연계되고 한 번에 터지고 전령은 전령대로 먹고 망한 거를 풀린 걸 넘어서 그냥 상대가 망했어요. 포골을 하나만 먹고 집을 가야 하는데 선 좀 넘어보겠습니다. 죄송합니다. 이러고 그냥 계속 타워를 쳐요. 이렇게 끝까지 째고 포골 2개 먹은 걸로 코어템을 뽑고 그 다음에 라인전을 진행을 해보니까 되게 딜교도 할만하고 하더라고요. 템이 잘 나왔으니까. 그냥 처음에 풀리고 나서부터는 객관적으로 봐도 저는 계속 잘 했다고 생각을 해요. 그래갖고 여기서 싸울 때도 이제 걸 게 저한테밖에 없었었는데 여기서 리산드라 궁 초시계로 씹어주고 끝까지 거리주면서 궁 안 끊기게 다인공 써주고 50 상대로도 CC 연계해주고 깔끔했던 것 같아요. 저는
사실 뭐 라스칼 선수 말 계속 들어보면은 결국에 주한 선수가 풀어준 거잖아요. 근데 POG를 주한 선수가 못 받았어요.
좀 서운한 부분이 있었죠. 왜냐면 제가 이 전령을 먹어줬기 때문에 이게 또 연결이 된 거거든요.
그렇죠.
내가 잘 키웠지 않았나 이렇게 반박은 해볼 수 있을 것 같아요.
뭔가 주한 선수를 보니 제 선수 때 생각이 좀 나는 것 같아요. 알겠습니다. 이 말들을 다 들으니까 제 마음은 정리가 됐어요. 7주차 MVP를 선정하겠습니다. 7주차 MVP는 저는 주한 선수를 뽑겠습니다. 주한 선수를 선정한 이유는 아무래도 저는 지금 가장 힘든 시기였잖아요, 솔직히. 원래 이럴 때 나와서 같이 게임 이기는 건 너무 어려워요. 저도 선수 때 그런 걸 경험을 해봤기 때문에 더욱더 알거든요. 너무 잘한 거기 때문에 저는 주한 선수를 뽑겠습니다.
막상 받게 되니까 기분이 좀 많이 좋네요.
너무 좋죠.
네.
이렇게 해서 오늘 리뷰 데스크는 끝이 났는데 혹시 두 분 소감 좀 들을 수 있을까요?
주한이를 보면서 사실 최근에 힘든 상황에서 나올 때 계속 잘해줬다고 생각했었거든요. 그래서 방금 헬리오스님께서 해주신 말이 되게 많이 와닿네요.
그 광영이 잘해주는 장면을 보면서 더욱더 신뢰가 많이 가는 것 같고 또 이렇게 경기를 복귀하면서 보게 되니까 또 감회가 많이 새로운 것 같아요.
이제 좀 분위기 반전을 점점 하고 있잖아요. 팬분들께 하고 싶은 말 같은 거 있으실까요?
항상 응원해주시는 팬분들 너무 감사드리고 남은 경기가 저희가 4경기 정도 남았는데 완전 깔끔하게 5명이 잘했다라고 생각하는 세트가 하나도 없는 것 같은데 그런 세트를 하나라도 꼭 만들 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
두 선수 오늘 이렇게 함께 해주셔서 너무 감사하고 다음 주 목요일에 다시 돌아오겠습니다. 안녕.
고생은 내가 하고 있지. 주도권 이거 죽여. 접해.
시즌 뭐 챌린저 그냥 반 죽여놨어.
너 절반해가지고 그거는 너는 누구의 나이 이거 해봐야 되지 않겠어요 우리? 이 LCK 옵저버 분들과 폴리 해설위원. 옛날 생각 나는데.
야 진짜 정치하지 말자 우리. 파이팅. 형 죽으면 안 돼. 그냥 빼자고 했지. 이거 누가 키웠어? 아니 이거 리플 봐. 난 이제 오늘부로 옵저버 분들이랑 다시는 안 할 거야.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second matchup of the night. Breon up against KT Rolster. And this one, much like the first one, it does have a favorite and an underdog, but this one perhaps a little bit closer.
Now, I'm not really a skepticist. I'm not one who often is superstitious, right? But ever since I was young in esports, I have had a fear of roller coasters.
Okay.
And right now, we are at the top. We are at the peak. We are at the apex. The KT having a very, very easy schedule remaining here in the race to second place. We'll take a look at the standings. You can see exactly where they are here because 3 wins in a row puts them at 13-5. They have 3 matches left to go. Now, if D+ and Genji drop any games in the interim, KT can take second place. This is one of their easier 3 opponents. Breon, if you are a bro lever, you are hoping they win this match and the rest of their remaining matches, and hoping that Live Sandbox doesn't win any series, and they also catch up. So there is still a chance. If you're a bro lever, keep hoping, keep the hope alive.
Yes.
Tonight's the first step of many. But will KT collapse is the question that we're all asking right now, Valdez.
Yes, and it says that here, Bro will be out of playoffs upon today's defeat. It doesn't matter if it's a 1-2, a 0-2, or a 0-3 or whatever. They will be out of playoffs if they lose tonight. And they need a lot, as you mentioned, besides getting the 1 win tonight to make it into playoffs as well. That's why the chance of making it is so low. As KT just looking to get as good of a score, just like DK, right? Those 2 teams are struggling to try to get as good of a seed for playoffs as possible. Everybody wants to get 2 zeros.
Yep, and God of Jungle planning here in Umpty. The early game from
the architect.
Yeah, he's been so good in the early game. Like, his early pathing is fantastic. He has a great plan, but even when he gets his team leads, what happens next is where things fall a little bit apart for Breon. They're not a very aggressive team. They don't make quick decisions, whereas KT, they get ahead early, they snowball very hard. Some of those errors we've seen around 25 to 30 minutes, we're starting to see less of that too. BDD looking very good in their previous matchup, but did have a few shaky moments as well. But definitely the favorite going to Zakaris is right now looking to be a very weak laning phase mid laner, as he has 10% lower forward percentage than the average here in the LCK. BD's lane dominance could be a big problem for their early game, trying to get advantages.
Got some KT fans, and you also got the Breon fans.
Indeed, those are the 2 teams playing tonight. That's right, Valdez.
As here we go, let's take a look at the teams we got here. Breon with Lord Morgan, General Umpty, Emperor Karis, I think. What are the other 2?
Look.
Maybe it's Emperor Henna?
I think Emperor Henna is the one we've used the most.
They are all leaders in their own rights.
This is it, because you believe in fairy tales, you believe in dreams, if you are a bro lever,
you believe in Santa Claus.
You believe in Santa Claus, you know, this is your last hope, this is your last chance, and it has to be tonight, it has to be the best scoreline possible. Now, if you win it without getting a 2-0, the chances are still alive, but you really do want to win so badly with that +2 if you can.
Yep, and on the side of KT Rolster, of course, a lineup that has been just only getting success nowadays. As Lehens, we zoom closer and closer. But he's not doing his staring contest. Not tonight, he says. Just a little wink and a peace sign, and he'll be on his way. He's got places to be, Wolf.
He's got places to be.
He's a busy man.
LCK Production 1
it's got work
0
to do
today. He lost the staring contest this time. For KT Rolster, this is just one stepping stone on the path that you walk to try to get those 3 wins in a row and race for second. It's not completely in your hands, but this aspect of it absolutely is. As KT Rolster trying to make history for their organization here, never been able to get to that second round of playoffs since franchising. As we take a look at the jungle matchup here, which will be our key player, these are round 2 stats. Look at how impactful Cuz has been, in particular on the bottom side of the map here. His kill participation at 14 is 85%, the second highest in the LCK with the more aggressive playstyle we're seeing with Lehens on the bottom side. He has been so critical for those early advantages. His counter jungle, also third in the LCK, loves to go on red side and take away the enemy red buff. And he plays red side jungle like it's blue side jungle. He really will be aggressive. He will take you for all you've got.
Yes, he will rob you of everything that you own and enjoy in your jungle and potentially on your team. As here are the Korean casters. Huni is there on the right. Here is us. We are also here.
Yeah, not sure why, but there we are.
There we were.
And then and then we were gone
and
again.
Here's Lord Morgan.
Yep.
And that's Keen. I'm pretty good at identifying these players both.
Yeah.
Been here for a while.
Wait, hold on. Who's next? Oh, who's that?
It's Karis. I thought it would be
Right
Umpty.
again, Valdez. No.
I was going to be Umpty. They, like go down to the jungle and back and forth, but
all right, who's that?
Not.
Who can you identify this player?
Who's the guy? Was it Clid that they said that BDD looked like?
Yeah.
That was like the meme for a long time. I was going to say Clid, but then I forgot. And then
it was much harder when they were on the same team.
Yeah.
You know?
Now they're not. So I know that's BDD.
Krug Bros.
Yes.
All right, well, since you're just getting them all right, we're going to stop playing this game.
Makes sense, yeah.
In terms of drafting here, it has been KT Rolster that have relied so much on the Karma lanes, but we've seen in recent history they're willing to do a little bit more, right? We'll see Lehens, what he's cooking, right? Because he's played a lot of Leona. He has looked very good at a wide berth of champions. Can play the Nautilus, obviously. We know his Enchanter supports are amazing. His Lulu is fine. His Karma has been extremely scary. And I think that that's going to be one of the target points here in this draft is don't let Aiming play Karma Ezreal. He has not lost a game on the Ezreal just yet.
Yeah, and don't give them Annie either. Because, bro, they're going to have first pick in this one. I think that maybe they can get their hands onto it. We'll see how the draft does go, as it looks like we are ready to hop into the first game. And
it's time.
Yeah, we talked a lot about drafts in our first series. I think that, once again, we're going to have to because a lot of moving parts nowadays with all the cooking going on and
look
all the OP champs, such as Annie.
These are the two things you and I were requesting.
Yep.
Karma's gone, Annie's gone. Now, Hannah's had a great Lucian, so that's another thing to potentially look at here as KT if you do want to play the Zeri lane. They're going to take away the Varus instead, and even though Henna has been very good on Lucian in particular, his Varus also a champion he really enjoys to play. As KT, I think you should be pretty comfortable, even if they do end up getting one of those prio picks here to play into it, because you are the stronger bottom lane. We know that for sure. You're the stronger duo. As Ashe is gone here, taken away by Breon, actually, so making KT's job easier here on red side.
Yeah, taking away a lot of strong stuff, but Lord Morgan will be respected tonight as they take down the Renekton.
So Elise still available here. You have the Sejuani band away, and you could just go for first pick Lucian here. Remember, playoff life on the line every game you play for the rest of regular season, so any misstep at all could cost you big. And are you willing to put that Lucian down? No. Going to go for a more flexible pick here in the Gragas for Karis, who does play very passively in the laning phase. This is the perfect type of champion for that playstyle.
Yeah, I think it's nice. This first pick Gragas that we've been seeing in the last couple of series. It didn't have much luck for Nongshim, but I think it's still okay. I think it still offers you a lot. Tons of CC in many different ways. Very safe. Laner. As we are considering an Aphelios lane here for KT.
Pretty safe here. And that's what they're going to lock in for now. We'll see if the jungle pick comes with it. Sorry to scare you, Valdez. Pog pen fell on the floor.
Oh, no, not the Pog pen.
It's okay.
Did you find it?
I found it, but I'll deal with it later.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to get to right now, but that's okay. So, Vi going to be the choice here, not the Elise. Here it looks like for Cuz lock this one in early, and it's very difficult to deny the Thresh pick here as Breon. See if they want to play Jinx Thresh. That would be the old way you would feel really comfortable to counter this, but it's not a lane. I feel confident Henna or Effort will be playing very well.
Imagine they draft Tom Kench. Well, this is another way. Yeah.
This is the more common response here, which is just take the Xayah Rakan lane. We've seen so many Rakan bans actually because this lane is so incredibly powerful right now, Xayah is in a really strong place and could basically 100-0 anybody in the late game. So the Thresh will definitely come through this, using this time to think about what bans they want to go for here as we move into the next phase of this draft, because KT have neither solo lane locked, and they have red side counter picks here, so it's very easy to navigate around their part of the draft here. Whereas for Brion, with no jungle pick, it's really easy for KT to kind of limit the pool here for Umpty.
Let's see what they want to focus on first.
Wukong,
that Elise you were talking about still available, but actually they're taking Akali away from Karis. There's already a Gragas drafted, assuming that one was going in the mid lane, but KT will not assume.
This means that they're looking for an Azir pick here for BDD and save that final counter pick for Keen. So that's the general consensus here, as obviously Gragas is not very strong into Azir, especially in the early parts of the game. The Azir has a lot of power there. And if they wanted to flex it top and then take the Akali here, that would be something that could give BDD a little bit of problems. But you're always still going to have the counter pick because you have the R5. And there's the Azir ban. Pretty simple here. As the Wukong is taken away, like I was hinting at, instead of the Elise, because you want a little bit more team fight, a little bit more engage.
Aiming has been known to troll hover from time to time.
A Moo hover.
I don't think Blind's Cho'Gath is going to be the choice either. Cassante.
Now, this is still flexible. Could be played mid, could be played top. Very likely to be the top pick here, but Brion will have to reveal what Morgan is playing in this next rotation, as well as lock in their jungler. Going to be Sion. So Sion here to the top side, and Gragas in mid. And we'll see what Umpty wants to play with this, because in terms of jungle picks, you have, you know, the Elise available, but it's not going to be very strong in this draft. You don't have great follow-up for it.
Yeah.
And so it's very awkward here. And you want something that it could give you great team fights and great setup. The Sion is certainly going to help with that with the Rakan. And I actually like the Lee Sin. It's a bold pick here. It is going to be execution dependent. But Umpty hasn't disappointed us on this pick very often in the past. So realistic.
I like it. And I actually wouldn't even mind the top Cho'Gath now. Just a little shout out. I don't think it'll happen, but it's Keen. He gets counter pick. I wouldn't even be surprised by a Fiora or anything like that.
That's what I'm feeling like. He's
throw the Cassante down into mid.
Nope, going to be Taliyah actually for BDD. So going back to an old favorite, BDD just wants to have agency in mid, and the Taliyah is going to give him that. And if it's if it was going to be potentially into the Sion, which we didn't expect, but Taliyah definitely going to be feeling very good about that one. Feels pretty good into Gragas. Just going to be looking for seismic shoves and some harass in the laning phase. And with Lee Sin as the enemy jungle pick here, as long as Cause hovers around bottom side here, because top is just going to be a wash, it's very difficult for there to be kill pressure in mid, so BDD should be able to naturally scale up. And he's going to go for the Leandri's build this time around, you have to imagine, considering the Sion and the Gragas on the front line here. So just going to be chipping away, and it's going to be front-to-back team fights here for both of these teams. There's a lot of CC setup in the initial parts of these engages, especially with Thresh and Taliyah on the side of KT Rolster here. But it's not as much of a Wombo CC style of draft here for either team, and it's just going to kind of be front-to-back each and every time.
I kind of like how it feels like KT Rolster respected Brion in this one. You know, they didn't do anything crazy. It's a very straightforward composition, as you were mentioning, front-to-back team fights. It's the kind of composition that's like, okay, we're the better team. We're going to take it, you know, early, mid, late. We will take you down eventually in some way, right? They have a lot of different win conditions, so kind of like the way they drafted. Whereas Brion's, you know, pretty standard, very tanky front-to-back and trying to use Henna to carry.
It is going to be all about that, and, you know, getting this Gragas to the 2-item spike, getting to the mid-game without being behind. That's the name of the game here for Brion. KT Rolster, great front-to-back here with some pick setup here as well with Taliyah, Vi, and Thresh.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see if they can make it to the mid-game, Wolf. That has been difficult for a lot of teams nowadays, but either way, the Rift is ready. Let's hop onto it.
You know, you and I were talking about the possibility of the Fiora counter pick here and how cool it is to see Cassante mid flexed oftentimes, and the Gragas I think could have maybe seen. But it would have been a big problem in terms of magic damage here now, especially into this Scion. Now you have the Leandri's angle here with this Taliyah to really burn through that health bar. And of course, we talked about BDD's famous Azir and how they try to protect it in the draft. Well, now he's got his other famous mid, the Taliyah, which he had a great performance on just earlier this week. So you're going to want to trust, right? And that's where I'm at right now.
Absolutely. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. Another thing that potentially they could have considered was the TF, but a lot less magic damage in trade for more pick potential and more global presence, although Taliyah's got that as well. BDD has brought that out 3 times already, 3-0. Remember Kassadin?
Not really, no.
Remember that champion?
Nah, not really. I deleted it from my memory. No, I was
just wondering if you remember.
Nah, I mean, he's gone. Gone with the wind. He doesn't give you any CC, Valdez.
True.
Can't play that. Not in this meta.
Not in this meta. Speaking of which, we are flashing. Level 1. Gonna get the flash out of Henna.
Yeah.
Still has cleanse, but you're not going to be able to get this initial push.
Yeah, that's really huge. And Lehen's, with Hex Flash here, doesn't care. And yes, of course, Valdez and I know about the silence on Kassadin. Just want to put it out there, but it's not the kind of CC we're talking about.
Does that offer you CC score in challengers? What do you think?
A lot, apparently.
Aphelios Thresh 5-0.
Yeah.
Thresh has only been played with Aphelios.
That's
as
right.
Well.
Yeah, and this has been played by Kwangdong and then T1 and Genji, right? So our top teams are the ones pulling this one out. It is definitely execution advanced, but if you're confident in it, and if you have a lot of experience like Lehen's does, like Karya does, you're going to feel pretty comfortable playing this one. So this is kind of a fishing minigame, looking for shoves. BDD.
Yeah, it's going to be a respect flash. That does come out from BDD. Probably a good idea. I mean, could have taken a large chunk of damage as that cannon gets it after shoving it a little bit closer earlier on.
Keen having a good time in this lane so far. Really annoying here for Morgan to play out. This is a Rakan setting up a very deep ward. That was actually very risky. He still has his flash. I was worried for effort there for a moment. Does get away. No summoner expended. That's going to give him some additional information about the jungle pathing. Some advanced notice, let's say, about whether Cuz is coming down here and try to set something up.
Effort certainly has a lot of Rakan games under his belt. Not necessarily in this season so far. He's got one, but definitely played it a lot back in the days with where we used to have this meta all the time, actually. Xayah Rakan versus Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah, and we talked about Henna's Lucian this season. We've talked a lot about his Zeri, where he's been very successful, has a great win rate on it. And even his Varus, which was banned, right? But his Xayah is also one of his favorites. Like, he's played it so many times, and he has been fairly successful on it. So it's comfort for him. It's a meta where it's extremely strong, and Brion came very well prepared with this setup. Losing Flash early hurts, but it's not going to be the end of this lane or anything like that.
No. Back in the day, this used to be the handshake, so both sides would have times where they're stronger than the other, but eventually, we just get to a state where we're just pushing back and forth, farming it out, not really taking too many risks to get too much value out of this lane specifically. So, kind of makes sense that Brion did go for this to avoid potentially just losing the game by one bot dive, which happens a lot nowadays.
Yeah. But it seems like we are kind of moving away from that a little bit, though, which I'm certainly happy. A little bit. Like, not completely.
Speaking of which.
Like a little bit. A little bit, but not completely. Nice dodge. However,
kind of like went in between the two of them. Effort just says hello and backs away. Meanwhile, top lane, not going to be seeing too much action up here either.
Morgan actually dealing with that early pressure and now has consumable advantage, so that's not really talk about too much, but He's got it. So he's going to keep
consumable advantage.
Yeah, he's got a cookie and a pot in his pocket.
Nice.
And he doesn't need to chug them right now, but if things went bad, he could.
Yeah. Can't really...
That's all I can say about that. There's nothing...
Can't really get a lot of resale value out of those nowadays.
Yeah, they... the cookie value, man, went down big time.
Say it. Crumbled.
Ooh.
You could say that.
You could say that. You could suggest it.
Mm-hmm.
You did.
I did that,
and
yeah.
it was clever. I liked it. Props, man. That was good. How long have you been holding on to that one?
Actually, it just
that nerf
came to
was
my
a
mind
long
right now.
time ago. That nerf was a long time ago.
Once you mentioned the consume advantage, I knew I had to pull it out, you know.
Smart. Smart.
So mid is going even. Top is basically even, although Keen does have a small CS lead in the tank matchup.
And Brion actually, you know, despite losing Flash here on this Xayah, are going to be able to set up and group up for this Drake first. BDD does not have teleport. Karis is up here with Umpty, and they're going to try to set up for the start of the Drake. And all KT could do here is try to slowly push bottom and then try to deny. As I say it, they do just back away. And it's the Brion way. And so never mind. They have the advantage right now in bottom side and had a little bit of control. Will not utilize it, let's say.
Okay, that's actually effort getting in front of the hook.
That was clean.
Very clever himself.
Yeah, and Henna did have his flash back up. Likes to cleanse here. So, you know, even though Effort made his best attempt to block that, the Summoner is still expended. Will both have their flashes now at least. Yeah, we're watching this. That's the state of the game.
Yeah, I mean, always expected out of Brion. That's kind of their play style. But as I sort of mentioned in the draft, it is kind of what KT have elected to do as well. They say, okay, well, we're not gonna take any risky approach here. We're just gonna basically play the same game as you, but better.
Yeah.
And that's what they're gonna do. So we are gonna sit here for quite a while.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
You know, we had a lot of action, especially in Game 2 in our first series. I'm down to slow it down a little bit. As, unfortunately for Brion, this first Drake is going to go over to KT Rolster with the timing of Henna's back.
Yeah.
And they had a chance to try to start it up and look for a skirmish there, but with Henna's flash still coming back online and the fact that Talia can ult in, they just thought better of it, backed away. So no fight for the Drake, but it will go KT's way. So huge advantage for them, especially when you consider that it is a cloud into ocean to start things off. So
it's okay. It's going to be Chemtech Soul this time
no,
around.
Valdez, no, it's not.
Yes, it is. Unfortunately, I have read the lines.
It's going to be Infernal, Hextech, or Mountain. I'm just time traveling back to when that dragon was removed from the game. And in my mind, and that's where it's going to stay. Now we'll see what happens, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be Chemtech Valdez.
There is exactly a 25% chance that it's Hextech Soul, so I don't know what to tell you, but it's definitely going to be that.
75% chance it's Hextech, Mountain, or Infernal.
You know what? Actually, there is a 50% chance that it is Chemtech Soul. Either it is or it isn't.
Oh, it's Schrodinger's dragon now, huh?
Yep. I figured it out.
You figured it out.
And that's why it's going to be Chemtech Soul. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, we're going to find out in about 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
That might be the most interesting thing that happens in this game thus far. So, I'm looking forward to it. I put it on my calendar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you a paper calendar kind of guy, or are you like a online calendar?
I'm an online calendar kind of guy. I got it synced to the cloud. You know, checking on my computer, checking on my phone, checking on my laptop, checking on my pager. I can always know what's coming up.
Pager.
Yeah.
Got to make sure that
my beeper,
unnamed internet company, knows exactly where you're going at every time. As here we go, we're gonna get the because elects not to use his ult onto Karis, so Karis is just gonna flash.
No vision of where Umpty is at that moment in time, so happy to get the Gragas flash and not hard commit into the turret there. Umpty comes over, flash kicks you, and then things go wrong. So just take your advantages where you can, small ones.
So now Cuz has it for this fight.
Yep.
That they might be able to force onto the Hextech, or not Hextech, the Rift Herald, not the Hextech Heralds, not yet. This is not 2025 where we add that to the game.
BDD could just lock them out with Weaver's Wall if they're ready to engage.
Yeah, and Karis doesn't have that flash for the engage, as this is a straight-up 5v5.
All right,
throwing down.
Walking away, the Herald has done the most damage in the team fight so far. Also, 1Q from Karis did actually chunk a little bit. And KT,
they're just going to give it away.
They are not willing to lose this game right here, right now. Fall too far behind against this Xayah and Gragas that's trying to scale up and get the Rod of Ages online here early. Just don't want to give him any additional money. And Aphelios can push really hard here, and with a very late rotation over from Henna.
This is one of Wolf's favorite talking points. Number one is obviously the Zoe turret in mid.
The Wolf turret, you mean, yeah.
The Wolf turret, yes, sorry. But Zoe is not in the meta nowadays, so unfortunately we don't get to talk about the Wolf turret in mid. So instead of that, we have Aphelios, and your favorite analysis point about him is how he walks up to the turret and he builds it really quickly with Crescendo.
But unfortunately, even though he got there much faster than Henna, Henna still got there pretty quick, so he's not going to be doing any of that right now.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing about Rift Herald's handshakes, where not where you handshake on the fight, but where it's like, okay, you take the Rift Herald and I'm going to go elsewhere, is that once the other team realizes you're not going to fight over it, only the jungler needs to stay. So actually, if you recognize that they're not going to fight early enough, you can actually get back to your lanes quickly, which they did.
Yep. That's all we have to say about that, pretty much.
Both AD carries now have Gale Force.
Yeah.
To either force some extra action or to avoid even more.
Gale Force Xayah, pretty strong. Allow you to reposition for your feathers and your blade call. Also, you know, the ability to survive even beyond your ultimate is pretty impactful.
Even further beyond your ultimate? Wow.
Beyond the game. No, just within the game, actually.
Within the, we're not beyond the game here.
No.
Yeah. Just League of Legends.
Yeah, just League of Legends.
Yeah.
And like, you know, what goes on beyond that, like, you know, the like, you know, the coaching staff is taking care of the players at home and all that, like making sure they eat right and stuff like that. But the Gale Force is not going beyond the game. The Gale Force doesn't come home with Brionne.
No, it stays here on the Rift.
Yeah, just stays in client. Yeah,
true.
Unless there is a like physical Gale Force model that was made at any point in time that I'm not aware of.
Probably was. If it wasn't, I mean, somebody should. Like, it's a pretty cool weapon.
Yeah, it's pretty slick looking, to be honest.
So KT got the first dragon. I think that Bro are going to get the second because they're just going to drop a Rift Herald and use that for priority.
Now,
pressure.
Morgan is also coming down here with ultimate, so it's very difficult for KT to contest. Now, they may be able to get a plate for Cassante here because Morgan is missing top, and he is going to come back up here. So Drake for Drake. And by the way, not Chemtech.
Trying to fight here. This is a 2v3 in favor of Bro right now. So Lahen's going to flash, but he still dies. As here comes the rest of KT, but Lumpty just easily flashes away. And first blood is given to Brionne.
That was really disjointed from KT, and the idea is definitely that BDD has his ultimate and could come in for the re-engage, as Brionne think it's just a Drake and walk out, and KT are like, no, we're going to fight this, we're going to force this, we've got the Weaver's Wall. But they don't execute quickly enough, and they just walk right into the faces of Brionne and give over a kill. So +1 kill here, Drakes are even, and Morgan comes back up to the top lane quickly enough so plate is denied. Okeen doesn't get anything there either. And this is actually a great look here so far for Brionne, still behind in gold, but significant win here, picking that one up, picking up some assist gold. And, I mean, the idea is fantastic. Watch this again. You know, BDD is in position here to Weaver's Wall in and then collapse, but he doesn't. He's blocked out by the Gragas. I mean, the real story here is happening on the minimap, right, where Karis doesn't let him come in. BDD's too late. And that's that.
Yeah. I guess he felt like if he starts it up, he'll just get cast or whatever.
Yeah,
Here we go. Another engage effort, really trying to force this one. Lahens doesn't have flash, so okay. Just going to put up a wall and say, do not enter.
But bizarre here, this early game. That's going to be, you know, you didn't Weaver's Wall in the last fight because you're worried that you're going to get cast off of it or denied. This time you Weaver's Wall trying to catch the Rakan. That's got a very long cooldown at this stage of the game. But you got your Leandries now. You can fight the neutral extremely well here as KT Rolster on the next objective. And as I was kind of trying to... Oh, hold on.
Because he's got to get in front of this, and he will flash away, but they have so much CC. Do they have the damage is really the question. The denting blows will do a number into that tanky Sion as down he goes, because we'll collect the kill on the top side.
Yeah, so just punishing a bit of an overextension here. Not going to be too impactful. Savai picks up the kill, an assist that's given to a Cassante. No plates to pick up with this or anything like that, but still significant. It's already got a pretty big CS lead. Keen does is aiming. Where are you going?
Well, just gonna charm them both as the flash out, and is the damage there for the Aphelios? It will be to take down effort as Kick comes in. And I'm trying to trade here, but the Crescendum is so much damage, but not enough compared to the Feathers, as Henna will be able to pick that one up.
It's starting to feel like KT really losing control of this game very quickly here. As, again, the kill you got topside there, not too significant. Now you've lost your Aphelios. He's out of lane. He's not farming. Henna picking up the money and is going to be able to push this lane and grab some extra CS. Cuz lurking nearby.
He's very fast and does a ton of damage with his Sunderer that he already picked up.
This next Drake fight is going to be so interesting. Because we're going to go back to this top pick here. Morgan is just super far up in the lane and wants to punish this teleport. Misses the Q. Just slightly mistimes it, and then is punished here. Nothing else to say, really. And that's the greed he is punished for. He's trying to knock up there after teleport. His aiming is so far up here because he knows he has the Thresh Lantern to go to with Vox, and he still is able to, with the damage output here, take effort out, but it's at a heavy cost. And, you know, killing the support for losing the AD carry, you're not exactly what you want. And Brion, you know, if they win this next Drake fight, get the Drake lead towards Infernal, because, you know, I know Valdez was memeing, but we didn't get the 50-50 on the Chemtech there.
Yeah, no, not this time.
This game can very quickly get off the rails here for KT Rolster, because this is a freely scaling Gragas. The deficit that Morgan has right now on this Sion, less relevant because he's Sion. He's going to do Sion things. He's a low resource champ. Yeah.
Okay, just denying that. Probably back after placing the ward. A lot of low turrets on the side of Bro. These tier 1 turrets, a little bit scary. Even a bit of damage into the bottom ones, so as long as Bro hold on to that and keep this game close, you're absolutely right. Like, anything could happen on these next couple of fights that will require attention from both teams. And KT did get that second Rift Herald, and that should be able to get them priority on this streak, but their bottom lane is in tatters right now.
It really is. Henna is so difficult to punish here in the mid lane while he's farming when he has his ultimate. So he could just kind of be up here and look at all the resources committed. They're trying to drop this Herald, it looks like, to take out this mid turret, but it's still healthy enough to where it's not going to go down on its own. They need to push a wave with it. Brion just defends straight up. You can't catch this Xayah. You won't kill her. She has flash, cleanse, and ult. So KT kind of grouping here, not getting anything done.
Yep, there's the Rift Herald. Let's see if Karis buys anything. Okay, he's going to buy a stopwatch. No, sells it. Okay, and now he just... Yeah, okay, so now he just doesn't have it. Didn't buy anything. So, never mind.
Yeah, that was
we
strange.
do have it for BDD. He got it in his runes, actually.
This Drake setup here, you need to have a good Weaver's Wall or a good pick.
Okay, they're going on to Morgan. The Leandri's damage really ticking away as Morgan tries to ult out of this one, but between the two tanks, we do see that Keen is a lot more tanky, and nobody is there to support poor Morgan. As will he just go down for free is the real question. Well, he will survive, but they're going to have to give this Drake away now.
They have to give the Drake away. They can try to keep this turret alive, but even that seems a difficult task. It looks like they will just barely be able to do it, but man, KT, this is what we talked about. They're comp front to back so well, and it's got good peel for aiming. But if you even catch the Sion with this Leandri's build for Talia, he will burn down. And Brion were not ready to turn when he got caught. The cask follow-up is very late and is not in position to look for a blade call or anything like this. Effort, you need to be 100% ready to ult in and look for a big turn or a knock-up onto those carries, because that's what Sion offers you. All of these resources are used on the front line, and he's not going to last long against that Leandri's damage, but he lasts long enough for a re-engage. And if you're not confident enough to do that, this composition just isn't going to work. And this is the age-old Brion question is, will they fight or be aggressive ever? And so far, you know, we're a little bit worried about what we've seen here in this team fight.
The question, unfortunately, Wolf, has been answered many times, and the answer has always been a resounding no.
Yeah.
They have not been willing to fight, and I think this time is the same in that last fight. You know, they start off the fight kind of on the back foot, and they say, okay, back. No, we're just not fighting. We can't win this one. We're behind it, and so we're just not going to. And in the recent interviews, Edgar was pretty straightforward. He didn't cut any corners on that one.
All right, now we're just going the exact opposite, though. We're just going to fight all the time. We're just going to force a Baron here at 21 minutes.
Just do Baron. Sure.
I mean, Keen has teleport here, and this is a very greedy call. They can try to hold this choke point with Cask.
Their turn is fantastic with the Rakan and the Gragas and the Scion, so...
Gotta pull the trigger, KT.
Not half bad. This teleport is in the pit, so they're going to say, you're not allowed to get in here, and now they want to force a fight with this teleport that they had to use to get on in here. The box is down, may keep Lehen safe, but no, it won't, as in they go. Here's the engage, they get onto the backline, but BDD will survive. Vi in the backline here onto Henna as well. Finally goes for the Featherstorm, and Henna will survive for now, but Keen is such a menace, and they cannot get rid of the Cassante at all, as Keen essentially does the meat of the damage in the backline there. 3 members of Brion will pay the price.
So Brion were not willing to force the fight, and we'll probably jump into that first. The fight that we saw just moments ago on the Drake, as they are going to come over here and maybe contest, but this would be very unwise.
He could probably kill the both of them right now. He's got 2 items.
Backing away for sure as Umpty there. But the previous fight, they're not willing to pull the trigger after the Scion gets called. This time, they just pull it straight up. They go to Baron here, and the punish here from KT isn't even that clean. The Weaver's Wall here only pushes Hen out. He's not a viable target here. The rest of KT are like, should we turn back on a Baron and hold it? Should we actually re-engage? Lehens gets collapsed on and killed. And then Effort engages while Cuz is on top of Hen. And it's so important that Cuz is actually in here on top of this AD carry, because otherwise the follow-up damage is too great. But this buys enough space for Keen to actually close the distance while Henna can't punish him. He takes out the double, and aiming is just free farming here in the backline. That was what was a rocky start in that team fight for KT, turned around very quickly from Cuz's sacrifice there to just be on top of the Xayah.
Yeah, and that's what this comp does, you know. Xayah is very good disengage kind of AD carry, but if you have enough backline access, then eventually, you know, she's only got 1 Featherstorm and 1 Blade Caller, so if she uses both, probably gonna get on top of the Xayah. She's not gonna have anything else from there outside of the cleanse, as here's BDD, just ignores the Cask. And meanwhile, this bottom lane is going down. And Umpty's in a really rough spot, just gonna get clapped by Cuz.
Yeah, he is dead. And Karas used his Cask. He offers no peel, nothing. He's just hit his 2-item spike, but he can't help out his jungler here. Umpty is flashless, and this could be the beginning of the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had my hands up there for a second, because I'm asking myself, like, did the game just end? Like,
I think it might be.
We had the 1 fight on Baron and the game is over?
Well, I think they will be able to survive this Baron, but for all intents and purposes, you know, if any of these inhibitors go down, it is definitely over. Morgan?
Yeah, he could have, like, pulled him through the wall there, potentially over to where Talia is, where BDD is, but decided not to. And yeah, this really does feel like we're back in, like, pre-durability patch meta once again, Wolf.
Yeah, it really does. And like the Vi collapse there onto Henna was so clean. As okay, now Kara still no Cask, by the way.
Oh, there's Featherstorm. Just gonna use that in trade for BDD's ult.
Just gonna back here with these empowered recalls. Looks like no inhibitors will go down off this Baron. Close call here for Brion. Decent defense. And can they rush over to get the Drake before KT get these read shots off? I don't think so, especially if they're going to chase this far. Actually, very risky calls. We see a TP from BDD.
Guys, the Infernal Drake is about to spawn.
Soul Point, pretty good objective.
Guys?
Take.
Like, everybody on the Rift is on the top side of the map.
Yeah, that was really strange, because BDD doesn't even have his ultimate. TP topside, they're scared, wanted to defend his teammates. KT playing a little bit nervous in this one.
I guess they wanted to deny the bounty? Like, that's the only thing. Or their teammates, as you were saying, like...
Yeah, I think the idea is, like, if we lose those players topside, they're going to, you know, get those kills, that gold, and then the bounty gold, but they buy enough time, and either way, the Drake is going to go down. Definitely a call we could dive into deeper some other time, but at the end of the day, KT's still going to get what they wanted. out of this, and it won't cost them too much.
Yeah. TPUs, whatever. Talia can roam around the map really quickly.
Kara's here, body slams in and misses Cask. And then Cuz is here, so Umpty is dead. Umpty's just trying to hold this wave. He's being a pro. I mean, legit. He's like, I'm just trying to make sure my team can get minions. I'm out here, and Kara's is body slamming and missing Cass, and I'm dead. I got no flash.
Yeah, because he just gets
ulted.
Comboed by BDD first of all to just really take him down a huge chunk of health. Like, he's even pretty tanky, but the Leandri's build does a number to him because he's got so much health as well in his build. So it's like nobody can get close even to the Talia, which ends up being, in this case, a very strong R5 and plays right into BDD's strengths.
Yeah, he's 0-0-3, so that's not a kill score that looks really cool, but his damage numbers, I guarantee you, when we go to the post-game screen, are going to be pretty massive because of all that burn he's done in these neutral fights and the combos he's set up, how well he laned against Karis. Never got a solo kill or anything like that, but really pushed him back many times. And
just put a control word into the alcove.
Just wants to make sure, clearly they're worried about them going for some aggressive...
They're really crossing their T's and dotting their I's and lowercase J's, Wolf.
Yeah, they just don't want to make sure that, or they want to make sure that nobody can teleport flank them, nobody can get that top bounty gold. And then they could just siege up really hard here for the next 3 minutes until the Infernal Soul Drake spawns. They go for it. Look at the damage of BDD cracking 11k here, aiming those still higher.
Keen also higher as tank Cassante.
Well, he's been hitting the Scion a lot, you know, his Sunfire burning him.
Yeah, I mean, Morgan did have the highest damage taken, so it kind of makes sense in the melee lane matchup. As we did have, you know, pretty standard AD carry builds. You know, I just saw the Lord Dom's finished here for aiming, but he went IE before that. Makes sense for the Aphelios, and there's a bunch of tankiness on the side of Bro, and Navori's there for the Xayah.
You know, the execution of this draft for KT has been very clean when it comes to the critical objectives that matter most. We've seen a few hiccups, right? Like some errors in the early game and some macro decisions we didn't necessarily love, but they're playing not to lose, and when all you got to do is win these 3 and hope for the best. Maybe you get top 2 as Cuz.
Morgan, look at it. He's just falling apart like a piece of paper now.
Yeah,
like
he's basically 100-0 here. He's got to get out of there.
Yeah, denting blows. You got a Lord Dominic's. BDD wasn't even there.
Here comes BDD now.
Yeah, and everybody's just trying to get away from them as Karis, somebody's got a tank, right? It is going to be Karis on the front line, but very nicely timed one as they try to go for the engage now, but Henna's just running away from Keen. They don't have their damage in position to follow up at all.
Keen is insane
side of that one.
This game. He is just doing so much.
Yeah.
And
it is the team fight right now.
Because, like, I was joking earlier about how much damage he's done to Morgan, but he's done tons of damage to Henna in particular in so many of these skirmishes and so many of these fights. The Xayah has Flash Cleanse, and Featherstorm is trying to get away from him, and she's just struggling. She's struggling, and KT looking to try to end this game right now.
Well, we're clearing out the waves. They're trying, but you are just going to get shredded down as even the fruit onto poor Henna, just to add insult to injury. As Zombie Scion also getting a little taste, but yeah, KT up about 11,000 gold. It was one team fight, one Baron push into a couple more, and that was all it took. The Nexus will go down. KT will win the game before 30 minutes. As it didn't really look like that was going to happen, Wolf, when we first loaded into the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, Keen absolutely popped off, though. He and Cuz controlling that Baron fight, and there were really 2 team fights in this game. There was the fight where Scion got caught and Breon didn't turn. And then Breon instantly, almost as if they could hear the coach yelling into the headsets, which they cannot, but it's almost like they were hearing us yelling, "This team is passive, this team does nothing." And they were like, "I'll show you." And went on to Baron, and they have good turn, as you mentioned. But unfortunately, the fight was a little bit disjointed, and Cuz is able to get on top of Henna. Then Keen gets on top of Henna, and BDD is doing tons of Leandri's burn damage to the front line the entire time, and Aphelios eventually shows up and cleans it. But those are the 2 key moments. Everything else that happened before that, he has some rocky calls on the bottom side. The Xayah lane is going decently. It's traded 1-to-1 Drakes, but everything falls apart in 2 critical fights, and the game is over.
and aiming just the second he got that item and they had those last couple of team fights, like we saw him at 14K, he ended the game with 26K, right? So he got 12K after that. And that's really what it amounted to. KT played bro at their game. They said, oh, you want to throw down at Baron? Let's do it. They won a big team fight. And I wouldn't be surprised if Keen picks up POG just for being such a menace in the back line.
No doubt.
Tank Cassante after
Super
all
clean.
of that.
Super clean, Valdez.
Super clean. Not much else to say about this one, guys. Game number 1 goes into the hands of KT Rolster. Will Bro have an answer? Let's find out after this break in the space.
들어갔어 볼게. 들어갔어. 조식이야. 그라. 야 리신 왼쪽.
들어갔어 얘들아.
그라.
앞에 싸맞아.
자 이거 리신.
이러면 바텀으로 갈래 얘들아? 야 자야 노고.
바텀 갈래?
에이 사이언.
디나 텔 탈래?
나 바텀 갈게. 내가 터뜨려.
텔 탄다. 나 Q3초.
야 자야 노고야 자야
3라인 살려야 돼.
자야 노고.
텔 탈게. 끝내자.
이거 텔 타고 끝내면 될 것 같은데? 나 자야랑 비벼줄게. 이거 자야 비벼줄게. 이거 내가 프리로 토스 해줄 수 있어.
오케이.
이거 내 랜턴 타도 되고.
나 줄래? 내가 이 깔게 형.
오케이. 야 자야 찾으러 갈게.
나 이 깔아놓게.
잠깐만. 잡다.
빨리 잡을게.
잡다. 자야 끌었고. 자야 노고. 자야 노고. 자야 프리스.
사오. 프레젠트 대박이네.
너무 잘 컸다. 캐리 감사용.
네 나왔어.
넥서 치면 될 듯?
나이스.
Welcome back to the space, ladies and gentlemen. We're here for the very beginning of our second series of the evening, and the game has concluded. Game number one. Brion, unfortunately, not really finding too much agency in that one, despite having what we thought was a pretty decent draft, honestly. A lot of agency, a lot of ability to do things, but just not the willingness to click.
Yeah, I really like the priority on the Gragas. We have seen Gragas is a very versatile pick, works with any team comp, is multiple or flexible in multiple ways. So do think that is a very nice early pickup that still gives you a lot of space. The Zyra Khan is a combo that we know Brion in the past has played. That was, of course, with the light, but also no effort. Has a great Rakan, fits in their teamfight style. You have a frontliner that you pick into Cassante as well, so you know that like you probably won't have prio, but at the very least you'll be completely fine. You'll be safe, you're not going to get shoved in. And then you have Lee, which is one of the stronger junglers at the moment. So you have a very well-run team comp that actually has a decent amount of power, even in like one item spike, as we get a couple of levels, ultimates become available. So it isn't even like we're waiting. It's not a Zeri comp, you know, where you really ideally want to be hitting the multiple items. And still, nothing happens. And that's really kind of the crux for every draft that we've seen from Brion is, even when they do get the tools, they don't use them.
Yeah, this is the problem. And you're going to take us through a little bit of what happened in the earlier stages of the game. So while he's making his way over there, I'll have a chat to you guys. Because in the early game, Brion was making things happen. They were getting ganks. They were trying to get around the map. And on the bot side of the map, things were working okay. But when it came to these 5v5s, they were somewhat indecisive. Chronicler, can you take us through this?
As this is a great startup, right? Because they take prio and then they walk into mid. And by itself, that is generally how you want to start your fights. Because it allows you to deny the enemy control of the river. So what happens is if they try and, for example, move in over here like BDD and Kaz are doing right now, if you move in first and make sure that you're actually at this point in the river, which with priority they should have been able to, then you're in a great position because you have incredible zone control and it becomes very hard for KT to hard engage besides just Vi ulting in. So if we then continue, the first mistake for Brion is that Morgan is clearing a ward here, and that instead of moving, they hesitate. And this is where I think Brion last year would have made a very different decision. Because what happens here, if you look at the cooldowns that are available to them, they could have actually tried and went in on this clump of people that's about to come up here. Because a lot of cooldowns are going into Morgan, but engaging on your tank by itself is fine, provided that you use the opportunity. And if you look at the cooldowns that are also available, right, we have Amti's kick over here, we have no flash, but we do still have the ultimate. And then, don't be fooled, Karis does actually have his cask available here. But what happens instead, and what I think is kind of heartbreaking for Brion, is that none of those opportunities are actually grabbed. There are two abilities you need to respect, and that's Flay, and that is the E from Talia. E from Talia is down, and if Kara's frozen ultimate here, or goes for a flash body slam, they can win this. KT should not be allowed to, with a group of people, walk through a choke point like this, clumped up, with a composition like this.
Yeah, into Gragas.
Into Gragas, and into Rakan, and into Xayah, right? But because Brion right now is seemingly so behind the curve, is seemingly lacking the confidence, they disengage, right? Like even if Morgan ends up dying, which doesn't happen here, but even if you try and fight there and your tank dies, like it's still Sign, you still can get the value. And it isn't even necessarily that that was a must-win fight, that it is something that Brion needs to 100% go for. But the Brion of last year was a team that really still had a good instinct of when to go in.
Yeah, and it was team fighting that they won with last year as well. This time around, it feels like sometimes in these 3v3s, the 2v2s, they're kind of finding edges, but the 5v5s have sort of fallen apart. And we're going to have a look at exactly one of these moments, the heartbreaking Baron start from Bro.
Because they realized that they should have done more in the previous play, so they hard forced a Baron. And then this time around, it's kind of the opposite, as Kaz and Keen do a lot of heavy lifting here, putting a lot of threat onto Hannah, and the cohesion still isn't there. Like aiming isn't threatened at all in this fight, and the same can be said here for BDD. So as a result, there is more than enough damage available, and this was the game.
Yeah,
like it's just over now, which it's it's kind of disappointing, right?
It is.
You're really hoping, and that was what this team excelled last year.
Exactly. Let's have a look at who picks up the POG for this one. It will be Keen on his Cassante. Absolutely amazing play from this guy, to be perfectly honest. Yes, we've had a few gripes with how Brion were playing it, but Keen's spacing in that moment that you highlighted, as well as hard carrying this fight alongside Cuz, as you mentioned. Like Lehens goes down at the beginning of this, and you're like, oh, aiming missed his ultimate. It did not matter.
Yeah, nice multi-man knock-up there. Keen just really utilizing the power, just hits his 2-item power spike there. And also, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a spread vote, because this was a very cut-and-dry game with not a lot of kills. So
I wouldn't be surprised if it was 11 out of 11 either, because a lot of what happened this game,
the flashy
was
parts
in those
were all
moments where Keen did stuff.
Well, and even in the Telestrator replay,
okay.
That makes sense. Yeah, a couple. I love the smattering of other votes. Even in the Telestrator replay that we showed, it was Keen that also did a lot of zoning and did still maintain some threat there, which I think was part of why Bro was so scared.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see whether Bro can find their courage as they move towards game number 2. And get us there, we have Valdez and Wolf to take it.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown, especially the Telestrator. Love that moment. As yes, Keen will pick it up. Not sure about the 80 carry vote. It didn't seem like that made a lot of sense to me, Wolf, but
yeah,
anyway,
you know, I mean,
a nice team win for KT.
Like you say, a team win. Brion have chosen blue side here for game 2, unsurprisingly, and we're going back into another draft where even if we see the same picks come through, like if both of these teams completely ran the draft back again, we need to see more action. We need to see more turns. We need to see more aggressive play, because everything Chronicler said there in that Telestrator segment is exactly what you and I were feeling when we watched that fight. And it's something that you can't teach very easily. It's an instinct thing, and we know that Edgar has been trying to get his players to be more aggressive, but it is not working out. One more game loss, and that's it. No more playoffs. Your season is over. Your chances of going to postseason are not there. And already losing a game in itself makes your chances extremely low. But if they lose this next game, it is done. And we'll see what they decide to first pick, prioritize.
Same bands.
Same bands, exactly.
They first picked Gragas last time.
Yeah.
So,
and like, if I'm totally frank, I think Karis was the one who was the least confident in that game. He was the one who was not making the calls aggressively when he needed to. And this time KT are just going to pick up the Azir early. We'll grab Zeri with us since Karma and Varus are banned. And we are going to swap sides a little bit here with the Aphelios. But BDD just wants to make sure he has that Azir for the mid lane. So he did very well in the matchup with Talia last time around, but he wants to have even more control. And we will see probably the Lulu come through. Oh,
wait, what?
All right. Where's the setup CC for the Blitzcrank? Last time they had the Annie. They did not have it this time.
I guess they have Azir?
Yes, and maybe other champions too, like the Elise that could cocoon into Blitzcrank. Grab.
Last cocoon.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what else they get.
I think you'd really like a Vi in this case.
Vi also fantastic.
Neither side has taken a jungle. Obviously, the Gragas can be flexed. Well, let's see.
Yeah, that's why we see the Akali ban again. Wukong taken away from Umpty. And you could ban Vi here as Brion. KT do have pick priority, but then they'll take the Elise. Probably. So, it doesn't feel very strong to ban a jungler right now when KT actually get that additional priority over you here. Ban the Cassante, which I think is wise considering how that last game went. And the Aphelios is not going to have the same sort of survivability that the Xayah had last game.
You could pick your jungler here. Viego and Blitzcrank were both in the last game that Lehens played, but crucially they had Annie.
Yeah, that's much more difficult to pull off here. They will take the Lee Sin. Well, I say that, and they're going to take Viego. The Viego setup for the Blitzcrank is really good, but you also need something before the Viego, because the Viego's setup engage range is so low. The Blitzcrank can just hit a hook blind. Doesn't need to be a stun setup, but the stun makes it so that the Blitzcrank cannot miss. You are guaranteed to have a pull from long range.
Yeah. Gnar blind. They got to pick something blind here. Sejuani is banned. So if you were considering that alongside of Viego, not going to be a choice.
Honestly, you could just play like Aurelia here and just play aggressively around top side. You could play Camille too here as Keen. I mean, you have a lot of different champions you could take here. You could even, play Yone in this draft. I think it would actually work out. Any sort of champion that has a little bit of CC and big burst. But he's going to take the Gangplank. He's just going big damage here. And, I mean, the ultimate coming through the Cannon Barrage can help you set up some of that CC. But they have damage and scaling for days with Zeri, Gangplank, Azir, and Brion. If they are just going to play passive, you're going to have big problems. Because if you just sit back and let this team get to the late game, or if you're going to be indecisive in those neutral fights, you're happy feeting, Lehens is going to get you. He's going to grab you.
It's like a nightmare a scary story that you tell to children is that Lehens is going to come out and get you.
That's what Edgar needs to tell these players, man, right before we get out. His headset's off. It's too late now, but maybe he did tell them, if you guys are slow, if you guys are not going to be quick to be decisive with this Gragas pick, do not play it. And if you're going to be walking slowly towards these team fights without vision and trying to clear wards, Lehens, he's going to flash hook you, and you're going to lose that team fight. This is a scary draft to play into.
Yeah. And as we already mentioned, it's not quite the same thing with the CC setup, with the Yanni and stuff like that. You do have Viego and I suppose Azir to kind of help, but it's not really about that. It's just the threat of the hook and potentially what it can even do in the lane. I'm curious to see how that's going to go as well, alongside Azeri here up against Aphelios.
Yeah, it certainly can be a lane that you get a little bit of control of early if those hooks do not hit, but we're going to see how the performances individually of Henna and Effort. They had a great laning phase in Game 1. They'll need to repeat that here in the second.
Absolutely. Well, very interesting start to this game number 2 as pure scaling for days, for weeks here on the side of KT. We'll see if they get there as we hop in the rip for game number 2. All right, here we go. Game number 2.
Same skin for Lehens. Atlas said it made him feel terrified last time. I was on the desk, and I was like, the skin makes me feel a little bit weird, too. Feels dangerous to have a living being inside of that robot arm.
Yeah.
But it's just a video game, so it's okay. It's what I tell myself when I see this skin.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. Blitzcrank is one of those champs that has a lot of skins.
Yeah.
You had so many choices, and that's the one you chose.
I
don't agree with it.
I really like, this is going to sound super lame, but I really just like the base skin. I think it looks great.
That is so lame.
The car with the punching gloves ones is definitely a close second for me, though. It makes clown car noises. And I don't know what it's called, but it's got the boxing gloves.
Car Blitzcrank.
Yeah.
Probably. Definitely not, actually.
Definitely not Blitzcrank, speaking of.
Yeah.
Pretty good skin.
It's a good one.
Yeah. This one, it's for Lehens.
Yeah.
If Lehens likes it, I'm cool with it, but it's not for me.
Yeah, I mean, if he likes it, it's cool for him, I guess.
Is this going to be Glacial Augment and Hex Flash? Obviously, it's the way to go for Blitzcrank. If you're trying to learn some crank at home, this is the way to do it.
If you're feeling cranky.
If you're feeling cranky. That's right.
If you want to crank your gameplay up to 11.
There you go. It's only a second game of it this season. Be so careful here.
You want to see what's crank-a-lankin'. Crank-a-lankin'.
Cronny Keckler?
Yeah, I just renamed him to Keck, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, on our last Challengers broadcast.
Level 2 is when people die, by the way, if they get hit by hooks. Level 1 is where, sometimes you might force a flash or you end up getting an extended trade. So this is where they really need to show the respect and now have their own level 2.
I was kind of surprised to see the Blitzcrank into Thresh, but the hook bot lane, not something we're new to. We see this a decent amount in the past.
Yeah.
So, see how it works out this time.
Good start here in the lane for Morgan. Keen has been extremely dominant on this Gangplank. The few games he's played of it.
So good this season.
Yeah, he really is.
He was one of the players which made me a little bit worried for KT coming into the season, to be totally honest. And then after round 1, I'm like, oh, okay, I was wrong. Like, he's actually just playing it really well. He and BDD really stepped it up after last year.
It's a really different meta last year, and you know, LM didn't have the greatest year on Kwangdong, so I think a lot of Keen's weaker performances were somewhat tied to the performance of his team, but individually he seems just in the eye test here like he's feeling himself. He looks really confident in this current iteration of KT Rolster. And, you know, the thing about this Blitzcrank pick is that, yeah, it's easier with setup CC, but if your opponent is not being confident, if he's, you know, whoever is in the front line is being wishy-washy whether they're going in or not, like Blitzcrank is the perfect punish for that, because you might just get a flash, as Cuz is lying in wait. Lantern's now on cooldown.
They did not ping the ward.
They could flash hook this.
They could. Yeah, they're just going to wait until he backs.
I mean,
here comes Umpty.
They're still zoning him out of experience, so, or not experience, but CS rather, and
yeah, it's pushing away from them. So now they're pushing up, but there is a ward here, and now the timing on that clear is very suspicious, so all they have to do is just wait, let the wave push into them, and they should be okay, although Umpty is going to stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do, though, as this Lee Sin. Let's look at Morgan taking a big set of damage there from a barrel, it looks like, here from Keen, and now Keen's got control of this lane. Got to be so careful in the bottom side trying to set up plays against this Blitzcrank, because Blitzcrank also amazing at defending dives because he has such great CC. There's just not much you could do unless you...
It's a big theme nowadays, Wolf.
Yeah.
Great CC.
And I feel like we sound like broken records a little bit about this week, but it has kind of been an evolution we're seeing. It's always been kind of the key of this meta, but right now it's like just only CC all the time. As soon as Annie became viable, everyone was like, wait a minute. I mean, Sejuani's banned every game, not because Sejuani is that great. I think her ultimate is very great, and then she has follow-up CC to other champions as well.
Yeah, Annie also got like over-buffed, so everyone was playing her, and then they realized like, oh wait, like this combo's still good. And even after she got hot-fixed, people were like, well, we could just bring this in as a team fight starter, and it offers a lot, especially with Rod. That feels like that's kind of made a lot of champions very comfortable in this meta. As here we go, that's going to be Karis under the turret, but it's Gragas.
Still, he's taking a ton of damage. Does not have to flash, luckily for him, because as you say, he is Gragas. Could just have a drink. Yeah. But BDD really asserting dominance here. Morgan trying his best to find an advantage here in this lane, but every parlay hurts so much. And he's got Sheen, so...
Yeah. This is, you know, why you pick the GP into this matchup. It is a very nice counter. We used to see it in the past as well. And I feel like Keen is one of the top laners that's really saying, no, 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 this champ is like really strong right now. As he has picked it up more than once.
Yeah, he's really enjoying playing it. It's his third game of it. And, you know, I mean, looking at this draft for Brion, one of my concerns I have, and I think part of why the Gangplank is picked up here, yeah, in terms of the lane, you can have a lot of control. You see how well Keen is playing this. But he's great into Mininar trying to set up for engages. And just like last game, if Brion are already having problems with turn with a Scion in the front line, imagine how much worse that can be when you're trying to also manage an R-bar and you have a specific timing in which you can engage. And Morgan is a pretty good R player, but the Gangplank is just going to be tossing barrels down and going like, I'm waiting for you guys to come in. And every second it takes, you might lose your R-bar, you're going to take a ton of barrel damage, some big crits. And when the click blades are done, that's when things get really hairy when you're trying to set up for objectives into this. Then you have to consider the Blitzcrank, Chain CC, Emperor's Divide, right? It's just so much harder for Brion to actually play into what KT has. The burden of execution is just way higher.
Now, there's a lot of zone control here on the side of KT, which can give them the front foot on a lot of these team fights if we get to them, Wolf. And as long as this game is just plodding along with not a lot of action. KT are just having a great time.
They have way better scaling.
Stacking up the barrels, the treasure chests.
Yeah.
For Gangplank. It's very thematic.
Frog in the barrel here, you know?
Yeah, it's another day of Bro and Brew today.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I didn't want to get into it a little bit earlier because I was like, wow, this match is so important. But it is definitely a Bro and Brew game.
Yeah.
But it's like one of those times where you're not chilling. You know, you got your brew and you're like worried, you're clutching it tightly.
Maybe get yourself like a chamomile tea instead.
That's what I'm drinking right
your
now.
Bro and Brew.
That's what I got.
Just, you know, relax a little bit. There you go. Wow, actually confirms as here we go. Engage, flash on in as Hook comes after, and that's all you need. Cannon Barrage over the top. They say thank you very much. As actually Keen didn't even get an assist, but either way.
It was just a celebratory Cannon Barrage.
The morale
Fireworks.
boost.
Yeah, fireworks here in the bottom lane. Zumpty is going to be able to get the Herald during this, so we do trade main objectives here, but Simple Hook is going to take out the enemy Thresh. No flash expended here, at least. It's okay, hold on.
All right, Morgan gets a full combo and gets Keen low. And now Umpty's here with double buff. Could get a little bit exciting down in the top lane. That didn't make any sense, but here he is as Keen tries to fight for his life, but will not be able to. And they'll be able to split the gold up here as well.
That was really well played and really well communicated by Breon because they know, yes, Keen has flash, but he's Gangplank here. He has no barrage, and they know BDD has no teleport. So there's no way to save Keen here if the trade is good with the Narbar. Like, everything they did there had to be done exactly in the same order that they did it in. Morgan putting the Gangplank down low, the rotation over of the Lee Sin. As it's just Lehen's
level 6.
Level 6, flash, got ult, gets on top of him, has Hex Flash too, so this isn't really even going to cost him anything. But playing this out as Morgan did, well, like I said, you know Azir can't come up to save, has no TP, Keen has no barrage, and Morgan has to trade aggressively like this to set this up. They have the Herald. This is the best you're going to get out of this Herald right now here as Breon. That was so beautifully played.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. As, okay, Lantern, going to be very useful about repositioning. And actually even going to pick up a plate here, it looks like. Nicely done. Looks like all of that goes in the pockets of Henna. They're really going to need that after what just transpired. And, yeah, maybe we just calm down a little bit from here, but we do have the next Drake coming up, actually. So KT are getting a bit aggressive. The two of them here is a really nice body slam. Catches both of them. Lehen's not in a great spot here, as he does not have flash after the last fight, and Cuz likely going to go down as well. A double kill into the hands of Umpty now. As effort behind enemy lines, BDD and aiming the two carries, looking to corral the rest of Bro.
Yeah, and Breon here, they want to take this Drake so badly. Amy's going to get out. And can they actually pull this off? Because they need to get this Drake to make it worth it. Because, yeah, you traded up in terms of kills, but you gave a kill over to the carry. You gave an assist over to aiming here. So you're not winning that hard in this exchange. You should have been able to do more, but you're not able to. You don't get the Drake here. And BD's like, cool, back to business as usual. I'm just going to expend all my mana here in the mid lane because I've got TP. And we're going to be able to get this Drake regardless. So Lehen's is back. Over here in the top lane, really good hyper proc set up here for Morgan.
The ward in the brush is really going to help with that. As Cuz says, okay, back to my business as well. He says, I went down, I immediately respawn, and immediately run back at the Drake. As a mistook.
That hits, that's a dead Thresh. Effort has no flash, and there's nobody here to save him.
Yeah, even Ignite on the Blitzcrank. Look at this, they're looking to bully Keen. Not a bad idea, as he's got Cannon Barrage this time. Flash is out of range of Umpty. He'll survive for now.
Yeah.
They re-engage onto this one.
BDD has TP, he's backing right now.
TP comes in, Keen in a lot of trouble. Keen goes down, TP still used. They're gonna blow up Effort in the bottom lane though, as a massive ult comes out from Henna, but it's not quite enough damage to trade it back.
Yeah. Still more kills going over to the side of KT here. The carries, when you're trading kills like this, it definitely always favors KT because they have the better scaling composition. BD a little bit slow on the teleport because he was low on mana. Now actually he's vulnerable.
Uh-oh. Kick available. Hits the Q in the mid-shuffle. Not going to go for that one though. No flash for Umpty or anything.
Yeah, BDD also still has his flash, so they decide not to go for it. But, you know, the exchange here this time, you know, on top, well, we'll watch this one more time first, as Lehens is actually aggressively out here. And, like, everything we complained about, everything we bemoaned about, the lack of aggression, the lack of follow-up, Karos being too passive, this time it's completely turned on its head. Brion are fighting aggressively all the time, finding these windows, forcing these skirmishes. Again, not able to get the Drake here, but at least you're seeing action, right? And that's what you love to see. Aiming is Zeri, so he can still get over the wall. In this time, there's a teleport from BDD. Keen had flash and his barrage available, but BDD comes over too late. So even though he buys enough time, BDD was teleporting because he was like, I wanted to get mana first, but I guess I have to go over. He's too late. And then on the bottom side, they lose effort once again. So more money here into the pocket of the bot duo. And the clock is ticking against Brion in this game.
Wanted to pick up a final turret plate for Henna, but he's not quite able to. As plate's now going to go down. And as that happens, 1,300 gold lead here for aiming over his opponent in Henna. But take a look at the top of the map here for Bro. It is massive, their lead, as Umpty going to get caught out in the enemy jungle. Gets a nice kick, but there is no chance to get away, as even Effort is trying to save him, and he's going to get caught out as well. And one thing leads to another, the dominoes fall.
That's not exactly what we had in mind this time around when we said be more aggressive, as Karos does have Cask. and in that last fight, you know, Umpty barely gets caught. Oh, BDD just outplays him here. And in that last fight, he had Cask, and Umpty just barely got caught by that Viego stun. It looked like he was going to be able to get out with the safeguard there. When we watch the replay, you guys will see it looks like he actually gets out, but he doesn't. And he still wants to turn it there because Karos has Cask, but he's just out of range. He doesn't have flash. And they just decide to go in on it regardless versus a Blitzcrank. And aiming now with his call complete. And 4 of these assists picked up. I mean, he is just so far ahead.
Oh boy, they're even flashing. Oh, the hook didn't hit. Looked like that was gonna max range on the Karos, but Len's not gonna land that one. Just a little bit too far away.
I do like to see KT cross-mapping like this super hard when they are just knowing they don't have enough top side control here, with Morgan actually doing so incredibly well in this lane. He has played this basically perfectly. We're like, oh yeah, Keen's got control early. And then he and Umpty have gotten so much topside control that they're just going to give that Herald up, but they are getting something on the other side. Like I said, he barely gets caught. And Umpty kicks here because Effort's here. He has the Lantern and Karos is there, but he doesn't cast. And then this is just a disaster, unfortunately. Effort caught once again. And they do cross-map the bottom side there while the top push is there, while the Herald gets given over, but they're unable to get the kill. So small victories here for Brion. It's only a 600 gold lead. But the Gangplank is going to get stronger later. He's not going to be there as fast as he would like to. There's a Trinity Force build here once again, but you know, he has been significantly slowed down. It's not over yet. But when you look at the 2 objective lead and how much time KT can buy in this game too, you need more than this, Brion. Appreciate more aggression, but it's going to have to be more successful.
Do it the same, but better. That's what we want to see.
The judgment of these moments needs to be better, right? And Karos has Cask.
Effort does have flash this time. He will elect to use it as Cannon Barrage comes down, but the damage is there as Keen is going to pick up the kill, and now Karos is being hounded down by the Viego. That's because he's got a Heartbreaker, but not quite going to commit to the play. As Lehens, another hook, this time not going to hit.
Karos hits the cast, but it's not actually able to push him towards the rest of his team. So they can't actually get one back here, unfortunately. This is KT getting full control now over this Drake pit. And they're even going to try to take this turret with it. They're trying to do a lot here right now.
Okay, Umpty's going in onto Lehens, hits the Q, forces the flash. You know, he's getting in there. You like to see it, but oh man, this map is getting really dicey now. This is like a really sharp position, right?
Yeah, like KT trying to do everything at once, like pushing the mid turret, getting Drake control while also having Keen in a side. And I think now you've got to give this Drake up. You can't win all 3 parts of the map, KT Rolster, and this is going to be a Drake they give up. But like I said, when you have a 2 Drake lead, you're willing to actually give this one up. 600 gold in Keen's pocket here. For one single Cloud Drake, you have so much time you can buy. You can get additional objectives elsewhere. And yeah, Lehen's lost his flash for the play, but he's got Hex Flash. He doesn't mind.
Yeah, and you just see, take a look at the golds. Well, we did just have it there for a moment. KT across the board, essentially catching up on the top side and winning heavily on the bottom side. As we'll take another look here. Just clears the ward and immediately gets hooked.
Fortunately, Effort has just been caught so much this game. Does have his ultimate available, but still caught here and is taken out by the barrage. So Keen picks up that money, then takes out 2 turrets in the top side. Now, KT trying to do a lot here and spreading too little butter over too much bread in terms of getting all happens. 3. But you still trade up, you know, and they didn't actually get caught or punished, so who cares? Oh, again.
You're on vision. He did get the hook. He hit the hook, but not the right time to go for it. Here comes Umpty on the chase. And aiming is not going to dodge back. Nicely done.
Brion here, no Baron to go to, no
Keen's
objective up. Keen is free pushing.
It's going Collector.
Yeah, I think it's okay considering what you have for setup here. And again, when he gets to 3rd item Quick Blades, that's when he's going to really spike. So this is the LCK build. There you go, Collector second. And he has it because he got all that gold infusion from that top push. So, you know, this is what's going to offer you a little bit more burst when you're playing this like a pick comp. So unfortunately, only Cuz is here. If BDD is here, like maybe you actually turn this into something, but Lehen's is kind of in his own world there. It's a little bit of gold going over the side of Brion, but again, no objective to take.
Most importantly, hit the hook, though.
Yeah?
That's all the Blitzcrank cares about. He's here to hit hooks and chew bubblegum, and he's all out of bubblegum.
Once again, the Everfrost Blitzcrank after the Moby Boots. This is the build he went for last time.
Let's see how it goes from here. The Baron is about to spawn. And KT's fine to give up the 1 Cloud Drake, maybe even 2, but I think Cloud Drakes, even individually, in this kind of game state where you're all over the map and speed is almost going to be king, you know, with everybody just looking for angles, looking for plays. It's actually going to be pretty valuable on this map.
Aiming so calm there, doesn't flash. If he gets caught by that Q and gets flash kicked, he's dead. He does have cleanse, but not much you're going to do in that situation if you do end up getting hit by that Sonic Wave. Look at how confident aiming is. He's like just staying here by himself, no vision here.
He can hop walls if he needs to. Meanwhile, the team, they get in and check, and the hook is in. That's all they wanted as they catch Effort again. Is now he's going to have a Thresh on his team. That's not fair. You can't have 2 guys that can hook, but you can if you get a Viego as they're continuing to chase on the Karis, but he's just a little bit too tanky.
An Effort, 6 deaths this game. You know, we can let 1 or 2 go, but 6? This is what we were talking about with the Blitzcrank. If you're happy feeding or if you're just kind of walking around, man, he's going to get you. And, I mean, this was your playoffs down the drain.
Oh, God, here we go again as Flash is late from Henna. And, yes, he will skirt away a little bit, but not in time as he does no damage on the play. And KT do a great job. They deny vision. They get the picks that they're looking for. And they should be able to roll this at least into a Baron.
Yeah, definitely. Umpty here just trying to buy some time, but they're just going to let him go. They don't have that much interest in catching Elise in here. Effort's coming over to try to lantern him out, but they're rushing straight over the Baron. They know Umpty's on that ward here, so they know he's on the wrong side of the map even for a contest. As we go back to this, there's some vision deny here, but Lange is just blinding over the wall. He's like, all right, well, there's a few wards in here. You guys may have those shut down. I can still hit hooks through, and you can't be that close to the edge, but if you don't go through this choke point as Brion, they might be doing Baron. You just don't have enough information. And once again, BDD,
information denial.
He gets Henna here. Like, BDD on this Azir this season has just been so clean at setting up picks. So we talked about the chain CC in this type of composition, but what it has now also at this stage with Collector Gangplank is burst damage. You are not going to live. Doesn't matter if you've got Overshield with your BT Aphelios. You are going bye-bye. You get hit by anything, a hook, an Emperor's Divide, a Viego popping over the wall with Heartbreaker, you're dead.
Yeah, you have to flash it, but now he doesn't have flash in this one. As we'll see how this next fight is going to go. A nice amount of vision denial this time from Bro, as KT had to back after the Baron. And they're setting up for their own play. Looking for BDD, but he's just going to skirt away.
He does have Emperor's Divide and Teleport here.
Lehens is behind enemy lines. He's going to be spotted. They catch Umpty here. The knockup comes in. Everfrost as well. That build's just so hilarious at times.
Is about to get his Narbar here. He has to be so decisive with how he uses this. There's a lot of tools used here for the side of KT Rolster. This is a winnable fight for Breon.
But they're getting collapsed on from every single angle. But they go in on Keen. They're going to catch him as Keen flashes in, but he goes down. But so did Henna as they just wrap around. And Bro, they did the best they could. They went in on the one target. That was nice to see, but just a bit far behind in terms of everything at this point in time.
Yeah, BDD still having Emperor's Divide, and even though Keen dies, he does so much damage on his way to the Death Chamber. That's 7 for effort here, dying to try to get his team backs off here, so maybe they can defend these critical inhibitors. His aiming is going to go down here by himself to take an inner. The rest of the team grouping for mid behind a Sundisk, and KT Rolster out for blood here. At 24 minutes into this game, they have a 9,000 gold lead. And it is just too little too late here on the side of Breon.
And this is just so oppressive. They're really the only team that's doing this with the Blitzcrank as well. And it didn't have to be the, the anti-flash Blitzcrank plays, but they have a lot of ways to get the Blitzcrank online. It felt like a very nice pick into the Thresh, which was showing up, right?
And look at this collapse onto Keen. Aiming isn't here, Cuz isn't here, Lehens is on the other side. It's the right call, but Keen barrages here, and look at where the barrage is. He's like, no, Lehens has got me.
Yeah.
He's actually gonna come and get the carry. I die here, I'm not even barraging to save myself. No. I'm barraging so we make sure we kill Henna. And the follow-up there is so clean from KT Rolster.
And they certainly did, and these hooks just keep on hitting, as when you've got Everfrost as well, you are not getting away from the Blitzcrank. It is just not going to happen. And now he's even got a stopwatch just in case. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous what this Blitz can do from ahead.
KT gonna take this sole point here as Lehens wants more. And I mean, they just are setting up deep control, deep vision here on the map. All of the vision that was set up from Breon for that fight is now being removed. Not all of it, actually. Some of it's left there as they just want to push harder here. Okay, Breon trying to set up their own trap.
There is a ward there. Yeah. They're expecting this, but Lehens' quick response, maybe expecting a little bit of a gank collaboration, let's say.
And he's just leapfrogging towards them.
Yeah, might as well. Canabraz comes down, just going to zone him off the turret. They don't have Baron at this point, so this is kind of how you have to siege, even from ahead. Hook now down.
And these turrets being down here, so annoying. So you know the Baron that's coming up in 2 minutes rather, sorry. In 2 minutes, not 20 minutes. But the 27-minute Baron that will spawn here, Breon, are very unlikely to be able to take. And then with these turrets already down, you just kind of pick a lane, push it, and win. We do have to see KT Rolster secure that, right? But that's kind of the final step here. Everything else in this game feels all said and done. A perfect KDA here for aiming 4-0 and 6. Quickblade's online here, looking for an LDR. I mean, you can't ask for more.
Yeah, you really can't. As they're just setting up in mid. There's an inhibitor here, and they're going to spot Umpty just sprinting through the jungle and say, okay, well, Keen's pushing top.
Yeah, just 4-1ing it really hard, and now they can siege up this inhibitor while they know Umpty is on the flank and they've tracked him.
Yeah, and Cuz is actually just tracking him down. He's just following him through the jungle.
It's like, as long as this Lee Sin can't flank me, we know where everyone else is. We know that there's no teleport here for Karis.
X-flash forward as now they're going to punish Lehens, but the hook misses, and he's got a stopwatch, and KT's right there to back him up. Right into the box he goes, but it's no follow-up from Bro to actually get the kill.
They might be able to grab this third inhibitor, but they think better of it here. Just not going to take the risk, because 50 seconds until Baron, with these 2 inhibitors down and the minions pushing through, they have time to either rush directly to Baron instead of vision. They could even reset. Some players going to reset here. The rest of them going to be going for that vision control as Breon have to sprint towards this Baron. They don't have time. They need to go over here, get set up, actually win the fight before the Baron starts here. Because when KT, all of their players get back from that reset, that's when you know the sparks are going to fly. And there's 25 seconds here before the Baron spawns. So Breon get there first, get a control ward up, but nothing else. And they have to be so decisive on this, so quick on this, but no vision here deep behind the Baron pit.
All right, let's see.
One last stand. You lose this fight, you're not going to playoffs.
This could be it for them. Down 11,000 gold almost. 10.5 will give it to them as Umpty is on the flank. He's looking for the angle. He's staying hidden for now. As meanwhile, the flash forward and Levens gets the hook on the header. You've got to be kidding me. As down he goes. Cuz on the follow-up, and that's going to do it. They smack him down with their hooks and their wallets as Zeri won't even die. Aiming's going to hold on to his perfect KDA.
An unbelievable hook. A flash hook onto the Aphelios in the black line. The one champion who can't get caught. The one person who can't die here is the one Lehens has chosen. And that's it. The Claw has spoken. Lehens is going to knock Freon out of playoff contention here in Week 8.
That's it. The Nexus goes down. KT also collected 2-0 for themselves. And we'll feel very satisfied with not only that, but the manner in which they did it.
Oh,
what
man.
all these best teams are trying to do here on the left side of the bracket. They're looking to smack down and get only wins.
What a game from KT Rolster. Playing their own style, playing their own way. And what they've done here with these Blitzcrank drafts is set up this chain CC. But in this game, even without the Annie, they were willing to do it because they knew Breon had a composition with conditional setup, right? With things like that Gnar. They're so desperately required to win team fights, but they also need to worry about their Gnar bar. They also need to worry about flanks. They need to worry about the burst damage from Gangplank. Watch out for that Viego. Uh-oh, hook over the wall. Effort died again. You know, there's just so many threats here. And this is a scary thing because KT have shown us they can play the Zeri compositions. They can play the Karma compositions. They will play a little bit of double AD bottom lane. The champion pool for BDD is massive. He's down to play even Twisted Fate. And suddenly, looking at KT Rolster in best of fives feels so terrifying.
Yeah, it's, you know, once again, they prove that they are quite the strong team here in this league. As even Hirai's out for the the coach celebration. This is definitely going to be added. Just having Hirai standing there, take a nice picture. Strong against the strong, weak, or strong against the weak, I should say. As KT continuing to be a strong team.
Certainly true, man.
What's going to happen here? Cheers.
Yeah, he's keeping it close to his chest, all right, because they got 2 important series left, right? And then even that alone is not enough to get into round 2. Genji and D+ hot on their heels. Man, KT's a stylish win tonight. And Lehens gives the bow here. Always the last one to leave the stage. A standing ovation for that Blitzcrank play. Like, everything that he did that game was great except the one death. But to flash grab Hannah on the Baron in the most important moment of the game and make it happen. Like, I did not write...
need to do that, but...
I wrote support POG down so fast after that. You guys have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know if there's another choice.
And this team looks so good together. You know, this beginning of the season, we had our concerns, we had our worries, and then they performed well, but the consistency wasn't there. And I feel like the last hidden piece was actually Lehens. Like, the whole time he was playing Lulu, you know, he was doing a little bit of Karma, like, oh, this team's relying on Karma. And then he was like, watch me play Leona. Watch me Blitzcrank. Watch me play aggressively nonstop. Watch me flash forward for Zenith Blades. Watch me flash hook people in these team fights. And it's like the Lehens we saw in summer last year on Genji, where he was the master of bottom lane. He's brought it back, man. He's showcasing so much versatility. So is BDD when it matters most at the end of this season. Scary team.
Yeah, and I mean, there's not too much else to show except to watch these Blitzcrank highlights once again over and over. Like, it was every single team fight he gets a hook, a big one. Like, here's another one onto Henna. If you forgot about this, let us remind you. Like, they get the kill onto him. Team trades his life, then he flashes in on the Baron. Let's take another look at this. Like, what?
And, like, to be fair, Effort did Henna dirty there. he sidestepped it, man. But you're going to get a hook either way.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Gotta be someone.
after being 0-7 on the Thresh this game, you know, who could blame him? I mean, Lehens has got you every single step of the way because you're trying to clear vision. The vision setup is so oppressive for KT. Somebody said this game's no fun. I think it was Cuz.
Maybe it was Keen.
Could have been.
It's like, well, I got dove all game and then my bottom side won.
So it's such a happy team, such good rapport for these guys. And Henna just shut down all game, unfortunately. Just under half of Aiming's damage.
Yeah. Lehens actually did a whole boatload of damage. Certainly helps when you hit basically every hook. Even the ones where you're like alone against 4 people and like you still hook effort and die, but it doesn't matter.
So with this, not only are Breon eliminated from playoffs, but Live Sandbox have now been qualified for playoffs. So we have our 6 teams. They're going to playoffs here for LCK Spring 2023.
Live Sandbox, we'll see how they do if they can claw their way out of 6th place, but they're kind of in free fall right now. But that is a story for another time, as KT very strong tonight. Let's go over to the space and see what they had to say about the second game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day, and we have a lot of things to say about this game. KT looking absolutely amazing with this late game draft that they played gorgeously throughout. How did you like the draft, Chronicler?
Thought it was great. The Blitzcrank is green because Blitzcrank very good into the Thresh. Like that match goes way back. Aphelios is another example, and because I'm happy to see Blitzcrank, right? Like it's a really high intensity, like variety champion that can make or break games. And I think that just Aphelios Thresh already qualifies it. The rest of the draft from Breon, response-wise, is okay into specifically Blitz, but not into everything else. And we didn't make the GP green, but I really want to highlight that with how the current state of the meta is, GP, particularly when picked up this late in the draft, is so risk-free. Because, as we're going to see later on, he's going to get dove, and he's going to get put down, and that used to be the way you deal with this champion, but because of how the meta is right now, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you just bide your time, because you come back and you make some money and then you're fine again.
Because what happens is if you try and dive GP like twice, which they did, and is conventional wisdom for dealing with GP, you know what happens to your bot lane? Bad things.
Well, let's, I think we can probably get into that right about now, as this is some of the issues that started here for Bro on the bottom side of the map.
And funnily enough, this doesn't matter, right? The
Cannon Barrage
doesn't get the assist. But this one is a very good example, and even in the previous one, they were aware that Umti was playing towards top, right? Which is why they can play that aggressive. So even though the Cannon Barrage itself doesn't really matter, it still matters that Umti's playing towards top side, which it feels like a lose-lose, because if you don't gank Keen, he takes over a game. But if you do gank Keen, then your bot lane gets kaboomed.
Yeah, because while this is happening, Keen died twice underneath his turret. It was 2 really well-executed dives. In fact, Umti's play in the early stages was absolutely fantastic here on the Breon side. It just unfortunately didn't really matter because of highlight number 2. Let's bring up the highlight here first and take into account that, the gold advantage is currently about like 2K, but it doesn't really mean too much, right? And yeah, you don't want to give away Soul Point, but it is Cloud Soul this game. I would say that Cloud Drake is worth a massive amount of gold, but let's see how much Bro are willing to pay for it.
Because the question is, does Atlas think it's worth? And if Atlas doesn't think it's worth, then there is no way.
We'll see, because I think it is worth a whole lot. As we've got Keen taking an inner turret, which is worth a lot of gold, 600 into his back pocket.
And you need to send someone here. You have double TP, right? Like this is a soul point denial of a Cloud Drake. This is an individual Cloud Drake for you. It's not. You can't just, because now Keen is actually up 500 gold. That's after 2 dives. That's after putting it down.
Mid out of turret as well.
Yeah. So Keen gets 2 turrets. He is completely back in the game. Mid lane turret falls, so you lose any summons and map control. And now I want to ask the big question, Atlas.
Yes.
Is it worth?
Well, so it's about, what?
2.1K. That's
2.1K.
And that also means GP is all of a sudden back in the game.
but you get a Cloud Dragon.
You get a one cloud, not just one Cloud Dragon. Is it worth it?
I would say no, unfortunately.
No,
I think like 100 or 200 gold less, you'd pay for that.
You're on the edge.
I think you're getting ripped off pretty hard for just one singular Cloud Drake, especially if it's your first Drake of the game as well. KT, of course, playing around their control of the map, really beautiful.
Getting the dramatic zoom in because you're portraying your Cloud Dragon.
Man, I'm sorry, Cloud Drake, but it's just not. You're not worth 2.1.
Not worth that much.
No.
Would you say it to its face?
Well, I mean, if I was in the face of a Dragon Chronicler, I would probably have different things on my mind. Let's have a look at who picks up Player of the Game here and give it to Lehens, shall we? Because he is so good on this Blitzcrank, builds his Everfrost and just has a great time. 0, 3, and 12, and he got that last hook in the last team fight. We didn't show it because honestly, I feel like that gold swing got KT into a position where they're very comfortably going to be able to win with their composition. But these hooks, man.
We didn't show it because we knew Lehens would get it.
Oh, 100%.
So we would get the highlight reel of all these kills
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, effort. It's both effort having a bad game and Lehens having an amazing game. This one here.
Ow!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And Hannah had Flash.
He had 2 goalkeepers.
He had, and also he had Flash and Guild Force. So, Lehens is able to smell weakness no matter what.
Oh.
And
6 out of 11. Interesting. I kind of respect the Cuz votes.
I respect
because
the
of like that
BDD
one
votes.
passage of play. But BDD's Azir is a vote magnet. You definitely like it. He did a lot of boom boom damage, but he was not the main character of this story. And we were having this conversation before, actually, when BDD picks Azir and isn't required to carry.
That's dangerous.
You know that this is a very, very scary team. So, KT looking brilliant. It is time to head towards the interview. So, Ji-sun, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Keen and Lehens on the side of KT Roaster. Congratulations on the win. KT picked up 4th win in a row and got their 11th win of the season. Keen, how do you feel about this win? I'm so happy that we get to go so early with this 2-0 win. What about you, Lehens? Getting off work early always feels good. Let's get back to the first game. With this new patch, 13.4, Aphelios and Thresh made their return to the LCK, and they are undefeated so far until the game number 1. Tell us about this blind pick. So aiming, he's really good at Aphelios. So we wanted to play that duo this time. Lehens, what about your Thresh?
저는 좀 못하긴 했는데.
It was bad, you know, but I'll do better next time.
네, 이번엔 기인 선수께 질문 드릴게요. 탑에서
In Keen,
탱커 구도가 나왔어요.
we had a tank versus tank matchup on the top lane, but still you were able to win lane up against Sion. How did you break down this top lane matchup?
크산테 구도를 막 그렇게 많이 해보진 않았는데.
I didn't really play a lot of Sion versus Xante matchup, but still I thought Xante does have a little bit of an edge early on, so it turned out pretty well.
어떤 점이 라인전 우위를
What are the exact edges that Xante have over Sion in the laning phase? His ult is pretty powerful, you know, so if you can actually, you know, make kills early, it actually adds a lot to your laning phase.
네, 리엔즈 선수
And Lehens, we had another crazy performance on Blitzcrank. You were popping up, landing all your hooks. Were you confident in that pick to go for it again?
컨디션에 따라서 많이 갈리는 챔피언이라.
Blitzcrank is definitely a champion that depends on how you feel on that day, so it's pretty fun to play. And both of the times, you actually built Everfrost. Tell us about it.
블리츠크랭크가 상황마다 다르지만 그랩 이후에
I mean, it depends on the situation, but if you can actually knock the opponent up after you hook them, you have a lack of CC, so if you have Everfrost to add more crowd control, you get to actually set up better. Then let's take a look at this replay where you were able to find a miraculous hook onto Aphelios. Was that his target?
아펠리오스나 쓰레쉬 둘 중 하나를 노리긴 했는데
I was like going for either Aphelios or
제
Thresh.
화면에서는 아펠리오스가
And
안
in
맞는
my
줄 알고
screen, I thought like
했는데
this hitbuff would never hit
브리치가 사기인 것 같아요.
Aphelios, and then it landed. So I was like, let's crank is maybe OP.
땡겨만 진짜 계속해서 말씀을 하시더라고요.
And the Korean casters were so hyped about your hooks.
예전에
Any tips on using that
롤을
skill?
했을 때 매드라이프 선수 거
I
많이
used to
봤었는데
watch Mad
네,
Life,
역할인 것 같습니다.
his Mad movie a lot. So
그리고 또
I think that's a skill, you know.
종료 후에
And Lee Hans, at the end of
of
game number 2, you are actually scolding Keen, like, do better, Keen, next time. What happened?
확실하게 말하지 못하는데 기인이가
I cannot point out a specific like misplay, but like there's a day where Keen fails. You know, out of 100 days, there's one day that he just underperforms. So I just wanted to let him know I want him to play better next time.
한 말씀 해주셔야죠.
Keen, how do you feel about that?
늘 잘하니까.
I mean, Lance is always good, you know, but he just dies randomly when he's playing on the LCK, so I hope he dies less.
네, 플레이오프를 앞두고 1승보다 문제점을 제일 먼저 찾고.
And then now we are on the verge of heading into the playoffs, and KT actually did an interview where instead of focusing on playoffs, we would rather wanna focus on our own mistakes. So did you guys spot any specific mistakes today?
첫 번째 궁을 이제 제 라인에 썼으면
I think I should have used my GP ult on my lane. But Lian's was like so urgent. He was like, please ult bot. So I was like in a rush. I was like randomly using my ult. So that was a bummer.
2위 가능성이 남아 있는 KT인데요. 정규 시즌 목표 순위.
KT Roasters still have a chance to make it to the second place. What is your goal for the regular season? 13 and 5.
이엔트 선수는요?
What about you?
기인 선수가 그렇게 하자면 저도
If Keen says so, I would also say 13 win and 5 losses. In order to make that happen, you guys have to make it through all the remaining matches, which is Kwangdong Freaks and DRX. What is your determination heading into those schedules? Kwangdong Freaks, you know, I used to be there, as you all know, but we actually got defeated by them in the first round. So I think this is our turn to get a win up against them.
네, 리엔즈 선수도 각오 한 말씀
And
부탁드릴게요.
100판 중에 한 판이 오늘 나왔으니까.
Well, King had his bad day, you know, which happens once in 100 days. So I believe that he will do better in the Kwangdong series. And this will be the end of the interview, and I'm going to pass it back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun. Absolutely adorable seeing Keen and Lance just throwing shade back and forth. I think that's the most animated I've seen Keen in an interview. I think Lehans
we know who's to blame. It's
yeah.
Lehans. It's all him.
And he's just playing because that's the reason why those cannon barrages were in the bottom lane, because he was just yelling for them. Oh, absolutely
Dean,
unacceptable.
We need your help. They didn't need his help.
Oh, it's so cute. Let's have a look at the standings though and see whether anything has changed. It has not yet, because KT still in 4th place, but closer and closer to Gen.G and DK, and we know that their strength of schedule could get them towards that second place if things go right.
Particularly D+, because they're facing off against Gen.G and T1 in their final week. Now, D+ has looked a lot better, but, you know, better is probably still not good enough to beat T1, so that Gen.G match then is going to become very important, and because it's so close, the points going to matter as well as tomorrow's Saturday Showdown. That's going to be us on the pre-show.
Yeah, and I'm glad that I'm on the pre-show for that one, because I actually predicted DRX. I think that Live Sandbox have been on the down and down, unfortunately, and DRX have found some semblance of mojo. They were up against T1 in their last match, and so that one we're just going to ignore completely. But I'm hoping that versus Live Sandbox they can show us a little bit of something, and I just want 3 games. That's all I want. And then the game after that, we'll see whether Harma Life can do it again. Not entirely sure whether that's going to happen, but it will be hyped to see whether it does. That's enough for us this evening. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the Saturday Showdown. Bye-bye.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm Standing on the edge of this big love.
DRX needed to change something. Juhan is in.
Duckdom changes the atmosphere.
As Rascal picks up another one. That's a solo kill for him this time.
Great game here from DRX, and every time the doubters come out for Live Sandbox.
I don't know what it is with this team, but they've won another series. Hello and welcome to Saturday Showdown.